It was the late June of 1968. My dad was 12. My grandparents had moved a few months earlier from Tucson, Arizona to Concho, Arizona. Concho was vastly different that Tucson both in landscape and temperature. Sitting at 5,000 feet above sea level, the summer temperatures were around 70 degrees in comparison to the 100s in summertime Tucson. Resting at the edge of the White Mountains, the land is red, yellow and brown sandstone cliffs and buttes against the larger ancient basalt flow ridge that lines the north from the Springville volcanic range. Concho, well, Old Concho as it's referred to now, sits among the high altitude desert, with large basalt ridge bordering the east and north. In the valley and dry riverbed was dotted by large groves of cottonwood trees. The buttes and ridges boasted large twisted juniper and cedar trees. Only about 200 people lived in Concho at that time. It's in pretty close proximity to the petrified forest, so petrified wood was plentiful on the valley floor. There were also numerous ancient Anasazi ruins scattered along the valley. My great uncle had moved his family to Concho as well. My grandpa had recently finished his civil engineering degree, and he and my great uncle were doing highway construction all around the White Mountains. They had both purchased land in the Concho area for pretty cheap. My great uncle had two sons who were a year older and a year younger than my dad, Tony and Zach. Tony was 13 and Zach was 11. My dad and his cousins were inseparable. They would spend their days exploring the surrounding landscape, accompanied by my dad's American bulldog, Sarge. They had found quite a few ruins, numerous pictographs and some old abandoned abode homesteads probably from the late 19th century. Every morning, weather permitting, they would load up their bags with canteens, bologna sandwiches and head out into the wilderness to play and explore. My grandparents' and great aunt and uncle's rules was for the children to return by sunset. As my dad recalls, on one particular summer morning, they had hiked west towards the edge of the giant basalt ridge to explore. After going for about a mile or so, they came upon an arroyo running adjacent to the ridge. Large black boulders and giant slabs of sandstone peppered the wash. The banks were pretty steep, but they would have to cross it if they want to explore the ridge on the other side. They made their way down slowly. Once in arroyo, they realised that the opposite bank was too steep to climb, so they started following it west to find a better place to climb up. My dad said as soon as they got into the riverbed, he started getting an unnerving feeling, like they were being watched. He said it was extremely quiet, no birds or cicadas chirping. It was hot as well, no breeze stirred the air. The further they walked down the wash, the more a sense of urgency began to build in his gut. He didn't say anything though, for fear that his cousins would laugh at him. About a half mile or so down the wash, it made a bend around a large volcanic boulder. Suddenly Sarge began a low growl. Hair standing up in his back. This startled all three of the kids. Looking around, they didn't see anything, so encouraging the dog, they moved closer to the bend. Sarge, well, he stayed rooted to the spot, growling and snarling and barking. All three of the boys began to get scared. They agreed that maybe they should just turn around. They noticed that there was a spot where they could climb out of the wash. They hadn't noticed it at first, but it looked almost like a game trail. Adrenaline fueling them, they hauled ass up the side of the embankment towards the ridge, the dog darting after them. The whole time the bad feeling was growing stronger with my dad. Breathless, they stopped at the top to catch their breath. Sitting against a large boulder, they took some drinks from the canteen and assured each other that Sarge probably smelled a coyote or spotted a rabbit. Here the game trail was more apparent, had even worn into some of the volcanic and sandstone that protruded from the ground. Intrigued, they decided to follow it. They decided to follow it as a way to find a shady spot to eat lunch. They noticed that there was a lot of petroglyphs dotting the black rocks. Geometric shapes, animal, human figures. There were so many. Finally, they found a large juniper with a gnarled trunk and ate their lunch in shade. Bellies full and excitement replacing fear, they hurried along the trail as it slowly zigged and zagged the side of the basalt ridge, avoiding large areas of rock falls. The pictographs began to change as well along the trail, lots of spirals and horned-looking men. My dad even said there was one that looked like a UFO. Turning around a bend, the trail suddenly disappeared. Only one space of the edge of the cliff. There was nowhere else to go. Cliff drop off to one side and a sheer cliff going up about 50 feet on the other. My dad, he was disappointed but also a little relieved, as the sun was getting further west and we were pretty far from Concho now. They could see the town in the distance, as well as a Zuni Holly mountain and mesas that dotted a distant Navajo reservation. Although they were disappointed, they decided that it was worth looking at the view. They started making their way down the trail when they spotted an opening in the cliffside, a side canyon they hadn't noticed on the way up. It was behind a large twisted cedar. The tree's shadow had hidden it. It looked almost like there was another trail going into the divide. The opening was only about 4 feet wide. Looking at it, the unnerving feeling returned to my dad. His stomach dropped and he felt like it was twisting in knots. The hair on the back neck stood up. Tony suggested that they should detour and check it out. My dad protested, saying that they needed to get back. Zach, well, he stayed silent. He looked as frightened as my dad felt. Tony laughed when looking at them and called them both sissies. He said if they didn't want to go, fine. They could wait there for him and be babies if they wanted to. Sarge had run down the trail and was out of sight. My dad whistled for him, but he didn't return. Zach decided he'd follow Tony, so my dad stayed behind while they entered the narrow black-walled canyon. When they moved out my dad's field of vision, the wind picked up, whooshing through the canyon and trees making a creepy sound. It was quiet except the wind, and my dad thought he had heard faint voices on the air. He shivered, the ominous feeling growing stronger. 10 minutes passed, then 20, and still Tony and Zach had not returned. A large cloud had covered the sun and drops of rain began to fall. My dad moved under the cedar to get out of the light rain that began to fall. He sat on a rock and began to shiver. Suddenly, something grabbed his shoulder. He jumped up about 3 feet and screamed. He heard laughter. It was Tony and Zach. They looked extremely excited. "Look, you'll never believe what we found," they exclaimed, almost breathless. "We found some Indian steps and they lead to a cave." They begged my dad to come see it. It wasn't far, only about 10 minutes into the canyon. My dad followed reluctantly, knowing they weren't going to agree to go home until they showed him. Plus, he felt a little braver and more intrigued now. Sure enough, around a bend and about 20 yards into the canyon was wider here, about 20 to 30 feet across, and there were indeed foot and handholds carved into the rock wall. My dad had seen steps like them before, when his parents had taken him to Chaco Canyon National Park. They were smaller than the ones in Chaco and only went up about 20 feet to the darkened mouth of the small cave. He shivered, either from excitement or fear. He wasn't quite sure. From the bottom of the canyon, there was no way of telling how large the cave was. They dropped their packs and decided to use the foot and handholds to climb up to the cave, against my dad's better judgment. The rain had stopped, but they slowly and carefully made their way because the rock had become slick. It took about 10 minutes to ascend. My dad called for Sarge from the top again, but the dog still hadn't returned. The cave was much larger and deeper than they expected, and the entrance was decorated with hundreds of petroglyphs. The light didn't penetrate very far in, but they could see light in the distance from an opening in the roof, so they entered. Light adjusting to the dark, they started to notice that the ground was covered with objects. What looked like rocks and debris now revealed itself to be pots. Beautifully painted pots of all shapes and sizes. Black on white, painted with geometric patterns. And animals' red pots, and even more yellow ones. Large corrugated pots holding dried corn, and crusty squash and beans. There were also pots filled with arrowheads and beets, drums and flutes. They didn't touch anything and kept walking deeper into the cave. They looked around in shock and in awe. They had just discovered something big, something very, very big. They moved hurriedly now towards the second bit of light streaming in from the crack on the roof. The cave was littered with all sorts of artifacts, materials, stone axes, pots of all shapes, colours and sizes. They felt as though they had just discovered King Tut's tomb. As they passed under the crack, they noticed that there were objects in alcoves in the wall. My dad moved closer to one, and his blood froze. He was looking at a human body. It was decayed skin and hair clinging to patches and its mouth open in what looked like a silent scream. He leaped back. Tony and Zach also froze. The walls were lined with alcoves filled with ornately dressed bodies, lining the walls as far as they could see in the darkness. Suddenly an ominous and horrendous penetrating screech broke the silence of the cave. All three boys jumped and my dad looked in the direction from where the sound came from and saw two red and glowing eyes. He froze, locked in place by the glowing red eyes. Suddenly the cave was washed over with a stench of decay and death. The eyes began to move towards the boys, slowly. Another hideous growl and screech jolted them from being petrified in place. The eyes were moving fast now right towards them, and they heard thudding or running footfall. They turned and tore out of the cave as fast as they could. They ran as fast as their legs could carry them in a blind panic. The entrance to the cave was maybe 30 yards away. My dad looked back against his better judgment and saw a man on all fours or giant coyote. He hadn't been sure. Streak across the light and back of the cave, its red eyes not blinking. He pushed himself faster, screaming for the others to also run faster. They reached the edge of the cave, having turned around to scrabble back down the foot and handholds. Zach got there first and began descending as fast as he could. Tony was next, his face a wash of horror as he went down the face. My dad's heart was hammering into his brain by now. He turned and saw his eyes only about 20 feet from him. The stench of decay was overpowering. It made his stomach turn. Fast as he could, placed his feet in the first set of footholds and started clambering down the rock face. He could hear the creatures breathe now, and even feel it. Oh shit, it was at the edge. He refused to look up, trying to concentrate on his hand and footholds. He heard Tony scream from below him and looked to see Tony lose his hold and slip about 5 feet from the bottom. He landed on his side and began to howl with pain. My dad slowed himself a bit, still not daring to look up. After what seemed like an eternity, as he leaped from the cliffside down to the last 2 feet, Zach was helping Tony to his feet, and Tony was frozen looking at the cave and ancient staircase. All the colour gone from his face. My dad, he was in full panic and not looking, grabbed Tony, helped Zach drag him away. They flew down the little canyon, finally, before they passed the turn. My dad looked back to see the red eyes watching them from the darkness. Another howl screech rang from the cave, and at that moment, Sergeant in a full run came from around the bend, growling and barking. He ran to the foot and handhold staircase and bellowed up that cave, the hair on his back standing straight up, snarling and growling. The sounds of the dog filled the canyon. As my dad turned a corner, he saw those red eyes retreat back into the cave. They emerged from the small canyon and stopped briefly to catch their breath. The sounds of Sarge barking and growling echoing down the canyon. Tony was crying now, his face awash with pain. His arm, he said, he thinks he broke it. Zach, well, he was silent. My dad asked Tony if he could make it home. Tony responded he sure the hell wasn't staying anywhere near whatever that was. Suddenly a shrill cry came from the canyon. It was a dog in pain. "Sarge," my dad cried, but Tony and Zach had started running down the trail. "Sarge," my dad screamed again, tears welling in his eyes. There was no response. It was quiet. "Sarge, come." Still, nothing. Suddenly my dad thinks he hears something. He looks up to the canyon entrance. Footfall? No. It seemed like drums. My dad sits there in confusion. Drums? What the hell? Is he losing his mind? The drums are getting louder. Is this in his mind? Where is Sarge? He can't leave him. My dad sees Zach leading back up to the trail. "Look, we have to go." The drums are louder now, and he can hear faint chanting. Zach grabs my dad and jerks him to his feet. Don't you hear that?" he screams and shakes my dad. "We have to run." My dad is woken from his grief as fear washes over him again. He runs down the trail with Zach. Tony is awaiting at the edge of the arroyo waiting for them. The wash is now running about 6 inches deep. They notice for the first time that a large thunderhead has developed to the south. A huge large black storm dominating the southern horizon, lightning flashing in the distance. A new source of danger crosses my dad's mind. Flash floods. He tells Tony and Zach they need to cross the arroyo as fast as possible. If it is flash floods, they will be stuck on the side with a basalt ridge with whatever that thing was. They make their way down carefully and slowly. Tony is having a hard time because of his injured arm. They can now hear thunder rolling across the air, and the wind has increased. My dad is keeping a close eye on the creek, which has only risen a couple of more inches. They make all the way down and across the creek. The place where they crossed is only 30 yards or so ahead, so they scrabble their way towards it. The water is rising now at an alarming rate. They are going as fast as their legs will carry them. They're exhausted but keep pushing on. Suddenly, my dad, who is bringing up the rear, hears loud splashing and panting coming from behind him. His heart drops. It followed them. It's getting closer. He closes his eyes, bracing for impact. He feels something wet lick the back of his swinging hand. He turns, bracing for impact, and sees Sarge. Joy engulfs my dad. He bends down and gives Sarge a quick hug. His dogs run past and the dog bound after Tony and Zach as they climbed out of the arroyo. My dad runs and begins to climb. When he's almost to the top, he hears crashing and loud snapping coming from the arroyo. Making it to the top, he sees a wave of brown debris-filled water crash through the wash. He falls to his butt and watches as the flash flood fills the little canyon. Tony and Zach are lying on the ground, panting and gasping for air. My dad tries to catch his breath. He feels dizzy. He feels tears welling up, and Sarge comes and licks his face, whining. My dad sees that Sarge is covered with blood. He looks over the dog and finds several slash wounds on his back and snout. His ear is also torn. They don't look deep, but he can't be sure. Zach is the first to speak. He asks what it was, and no one responds. Tony's arm is beginning to swell pretty badly, and it's only a few hours till dusk. They are all thirsty and realize in their panic that they left their packs in the small canyon, along with their canteens. They are no longer in a hurry. They're exhausted. They drink some rainwater that is pulled in one of the large sandstone boulders. They figure whatever that thing was, it's not going to be getting across the arroyo for a few hours. So they slowly make their way back to Concho as the thunderhead to the south continues to drench the landscape. The 3 boys and Sarge make it home around 8. The sun has set and my grandparents and great uncle and aunt are worried sick. They're relieved and angry until they see the condition of the trio and the dog. The boys tell them their horrendous tale and Tony's parents rush Tony to the nearest doctor in Holbrook. That night my dad sleeps with Sarge at the end of his bed. Despite his extreme exhaustion, he is plagued with nightmares. One is especially terrifying, where he sees the red eyes looking in through his window. When he wakes though, in the morning, his curtains are closed. The rains continued for 2 or 3 days. The boys don't leave their homes, still terrified of what happened. My grandpa and great uncle are convinced that what the boys encountered was a mountain lion, but they are intrigued by the story of the Indian burial cave. A few days later, when the weather is clear, they tell the boys they want to see this cave. They make the journey faster this time, use my great-uncle Willie's jeep. My grandpa and great-uncle also bring along a couple of shotguns and rifles in case the lion is still in the cave. The boys show them the area, which has been filled with new boulders and broken trees from the flash flooding. They find the trail and start making their way up, my grandpa on the front and great-uncle taking the rear. They find the boys' packs caught in cedar bush. They have been shredded and are in tatters. My grandpa figures they must have been caught by another flood and ended up in the trees. They finally make it to the little hidden canyon, which has been blocked by a juniper that washed down during the rain. My grandpa and great-uncle get the log out of the way and they go down up the canyon to the Indian staircase. When they look up though, they can make out the darkness of the cave. The water washed away all signs of the boys' previous passage. My grandpa figures maybe at this time of day the cave is more illuminated, so he and my great-uncle climb up to the and handholds to the top. The boys wait at the bottom, having no desire to go back up there. It's only my dad and Zach. Tony, with his broken arm, stayed home. My grandpa calls down for them to climb up. They do as they're told and climb. When my dad reaches the top, he is stunned. The cave is gone. It's only a 20-foot rock alcove next to a black basalt cliff covered with petroglyphs. He's confused, looking around wordlessly. He goes over to the walls looking for cracks or seams and sees nothing. My grandpa and great-uncle question the boys. Were they making up stories? No, they weren't. Something attacked Sarge and the boys hadn't made up being that frightened. They conclude that the boys must have forgotten where their cave was. The dads aren't mad. It's a neat area. Maybe some other weekend they will look for the cave again. My dad and Zach know that this is where the cave was. There's no doubt in their minds. They found their packs and even passed by the UFO petroglyph, but they can't convince the adults, so they make their way into the jeep that is parked on the far bank of the Ario. As they load up, sun sinking low in the western sky, my dad looks back at the black basalt ridge, wondering if maybe it was all just a dream. Something in the shadow of a cliff catches his eye. He squints against the sun and sees two red shining eyes looking back at him. His blood goes cold. He turns around as the jeep pulls away. My grandparents only stayed in Concho for another few months. As soon as my grandpa finished the highway project, he got a job offer in the US Virgin Islands. My dad said after the encounter, he had nightmares every night and would swear at night he'd see red eyes at night outside of the house, until they finally moved from Concho. My dad never had a nightmare about the eyes again, but it wasn't the last encounter with the red-eyed creature. He would see it again when he was an adult. But that is the story for another time. It almost felt like a dream. I woke up to my dog Lucy barking. She was upright on the bed where my husband and I were sleeping with our 22-month-old daughter, staring at our door like an unknown stranger was out there rummaging around. I thought she was just freaking out over a house noise. We'd only had her for 3 months and she was still a puppy. It could have been anything: our roommate, a creak from the house settling, the awnings moving outside in the breeze. I wasn't too concerned initially. I decided the best bet would be to open the door and show her nothing was there. It sounds a bit silly, but it's what we do with our daughter when she gets scared, and I figured it should work with a puppy too. I opened the door and she raced to the front door. She stood there, snarling at the door. It was an angry, violent growl, one I'd never heard her make before. I looked groggily at her and opened the baby gate blocking the doorway, planning to open the door and show her that everything was okay. The second my hand reached for the deadbolt, Lucy went wild. She started barking and jumping towards me, and when I touched the metal, she suddenly changed her temper. She whimpered, almost like she was afraid and backing down. As her mannerism changed, so did mine. I wasn't calm anymore. My heart was racing and sinking at the same time. I had been flooded with a mixture of fear and dread. I looked through the peephole. I can't explain why I looked, but I did. And outside were two kids. One was just a smidgen shorter than me, and didn't look much younger. I'm 21, and she looked to be 16 or maybe 17. She was slender and pale. Her hair was a long shade of honey blonde, and she wore it long, about mid-back, with long, thin, blunt bangs in the front that covered most of her eyes. She wore jeans, a light wash that's popular right now, and a thin-looking olive-coloured pullover style hoodie. She held the hand of a small girl, who looked to be around 3 or 4, in the same style jeans and button-down ivory cardigan. The smaller one looked at the floor shyly, but had the same shade of hair, tied back in a ponytail. She held a stuffed toy under her free arm, and it was identical to one my daughter has, as was their style of dress. Had it not been for the feeling of overwhelming dread and fear, I probably would have asked these children in and given them some tea or hot chocolate to get them out of the bitter cold. Something about them seemed off. At this point, I hadn't made any noise, I hadn't shushed the dog or grumbled. Nothing. I hadn't turned on any lights. These kids had no indicators that I was at the door. The older one spoke. She had a voice that was mature, confident, strong, and accentless. She held her head tilted downward, and I couldn't see her eyes. She said, "We have to use your phone." I stood frozen in fear. How did she know I was there? She raised her head to face me directly, and that was when I saw her eyes. There was a reason I couldn't see them through her bangs before. They were black, or midnight blue, or a dark, dark purple. They were otherworldly. She said, "Our mother is worried." As someone who always been interested in creepy stories, I knew what she was the second she looked at me through the door. I have never been one to believe in these things, as a staunch atheist and skeptic when it comes to the paranormal. I had written off many a ghost story from friends and family members eager to tell their tale. I didn't believe it, but still I couldn't rationalise my way out of this. I was standing with nothing but a thin wooden door between me and a black-eyed kid. There was no question what was right in front of me. I did not answer her. Slowly and silently, I backed away from the door, Lucy still cowering at my ankles. She kept talking. "Just let us in to use your phone." I took another step back, and with that step the tone changed. At first she seemed polite. When I took that second step back, she became commanding, almost hostile. "We're not going to hurt you. If we wanted to do that, we would have broken in. I'll ask again, may we come in and use your phone?" Lucy snarled at the door, and I inched backward, though something inside me seemed to be slowly pulling me back towards the door. It wasn't a physical pulling so much as a subconscious need to go back and let them in. I got to my room, covered up the window, unlocked the door, and sat there in the dim light of the nightlight. I heard her call me back to the door once more, and then quiet. I didn't go back to sleep that night, and I haven't slept right since. I know from reading about them that black-eyed children can't just come in without permission. I know they haven't hurt anyone, but I still fear I'll be an exception. When I told my husband, he said it was just a dream. He keeps telling me to forget about it, but there's a lingering feeling of sadness. There's dread when the house is silent at night. There's fear of a knock at the door. This tells me otherwise. I was riding the bus back home after work. It was about 1 AM. I am a security guard and often work odd hours. So I'm sitting there and this guy gets on, sits across from me. He was wearing a suit, had a briefcase, a regular looking guy in his 20s. What struck me about him at first was that he was chewing a cigar, not smoking it. You can't smoke on the bus. So I was just looking at him while he stared out of the window and chewed his cigar. And all of a sudden, he turned and looked at me. His eyes were pitch black, just as you described. My heart started beating like a madman, and I felt my gorge rising. I was starting to panic and had no idea why. I was just pants, shittingly terrified of this guy. Then he grinned at me, and his teeth were all covered in tobacco bits and brown juice, the cigar clamped between them. But instead I had the presence of mind to just get up and take the seat right behind the driver. I calmed down a bit after that, but I kept an eye on the guy. He ended up chatting with some girl that got on, and they were still talking when I got off. I later convinced myself that he was trolling me, having fun with a pair of contacts. But now I kind of wonder. This is so funny. I've never heard of black-eyed kids before my instant, so I come on here to post my story, and the first story I see is about black-eyed kids. Kinda weird, right? Let me preface this by saying I'm by no means a writer, just a domestic engineer living in North Texas. Also, I don't believe in the paranormal, ghosts, demons, aliens, or whatever. However, I did have an event happen to me this Halloween I have to admit has me scratching my head. This is my first post on Reddit, and sorry to say I'd never even heard about it until yesterday. I told my best friend about my incident, and she is an avid reader of No Sleep, and she told me if I didn't post it, she would. So here I am. Anyway, I hope you like. So it had been a slow trick-or-treat night in our neighbourhood that evening, which is pretty odd in itself. We usually have kids from different areas dropped off in ours and have constant parade at our door. That night I'd say we had no more than 8 or 10 groups of kids come by the entire night. It was about 9:30 PM and my husband and I were sitting in our family room watching some of those ghost shows based on supposedly actual events. Like I said, I don't believe in that stuff, but I do like a good story now and then, and it was Halloween after all. We hadn't had any activity at the door in over half an hour, and it was getting late, so we decided to turn the porch light off and let our dog Chloe out of her crate. Chloe is an American bulldog and is very docile. We only put her in the crate because we were afraid she'd try and get out to play with all the kids, and I didn't want to have to chase after her down the street. Also, we didn't want her to scare any of the kids because she would look a little intimidating to the younger kids. So I turned the outside light off to let Chloe out, and she followed me back to the couch and lay down at my feet. It was getting close to 10 PM when my husband decided he'd had enough fun for the night and was going to go upstairs, take a shower and get ready for bed. After all, it was a Thursday and he still had to get up early the next day. My teenager son was out with his friends at the local haunted house and wasn't expected back for another hour or so, so that left me alone on the couch with Chloe. Now, just because I don't believe doesn't mean those shows don't freak me out a bit, and being alone now watching, I'd have to say it was kind of on edge, as it were. It wasn't long after I heard the upstairs water for the shower turn on when there came a light knock, knock, knock at the front door. My initial reaction was, what the hell, really? It's almost 10, just go home. But soon an uneasy feeling came over me. Why the knock? Our doorbell glows and in the dark and without the porch light it would be extra obvious to anyone there. I paused. I couldn't really just ignore it. Our front door has a big beveled glass panel and anybody right at the door could see in enough to see someone was in the family room watching TV. It would be pretty rude for me just to sit there and not answer it. Knock, 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 again from the front door. I glanced down at Chloe and she was gone. My gaze followed her usual path to the front door, expecting her to be on her way there as she normally does. Nothing. She wasn't there. I stood up to look around the room better and found her, crouching by the back door like she was wanting out. However, she never asks to go out like that. She always comes and licks my hand, or puts her head on my knee. This was totally out of character for her, and I have to say heightened my anxiety. Chloe, great, I said. She just turned back to look at me like, hell no lady, I ain't moving. I yelled up to my husband, but if he was already in the shower, I knew there was no chance of him hearing me. Knock, 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 and cast just enough light on the door to where I could see the silhouettes of two small children through the glass. I instantly felt relief. It was just some kids, probably a couple of my neighbours on their way back home that wanted to stop by and show me their costume or something. I headed to the door and looked back to make sure Chloe wasn't going to follow. What a great watchdog, I thought to myself as she just sat there. I turned on the porch light when I got to the door, and sure enough, I could see through the glass that it was a couple of pretty small kids. A little late for such young ones, I thought, and I began to wonder about what kind of parents will let their kids run the streets that late at night. I only opened the door enough to where I could block Chloe's escape if she decided to grow some balls, which was only about 2 feet away. What struck me immediately as odd was the kids weren't wearing any costumes. They were in normal street clothes, also no customary trick or treat either. I began to feel very uneasy again. It was a girl and a boy. The girl to my left was older, I'd say about 11 or 12. I could tell she was blonde, but I couldn't make out any distinct features as our lights are from high above and on columns at the front of the porch, so most of the light was coming from behind them. I had not opened the door wide enough for any light from inside to hit them directly. The boy was younger and about a foot shorter, I'd say maybe 8 or 9, and looked to have light brown hair. The girl very politely spoke up. "Ma'am, can we please come inside and use your phone to call our mum?" As she spoke, something in the pit of my stomach was telling me something was wrong. What kid, even at that age, doesn't have a cell phone of their own these days? I couldn't remember the last time I had anybody ask to use my home phone. Hun, don't you have a phone of your own you can call your mum on?" I asked. This was when things got, weird. So both kids turned to look at one another like they were going to say something to one another. But neither ever spoke. They both turned back to me and the girl said, "Ma'am, my cell phone battery doesn't have any charge left in it. Can we please come inside and call our mother? We're alone out here and my brother is scared." I have to admit there were two competing feelings going on inside me. The first, that of a mother's heart that wanted to help these two small children get to their mum. The other, a sinking fear in my gut that was keeping the other feeling at bay. It was then that I noticed that during the short conversation I had already opened the door a few extra inches, which I was completely unaware of doing. I stopped. "Honey, why don't you give me your mother's number and I can call her myself?" Another pause, and they again looked at one another. After a short moment they turned back to me and the girl said, "Ma'am, my little brother has to use your bathroom. Can we please come inside while you call our mum?" And with that last statement, the little girl moved closer towards the door like she was going to just walk in on by me. As she did, she stepped into the light coming from inside the house, and I got my first real good look at her. Solid, jet black eyes. That's all I could see. That motherly instinct was gone and replaced by terror I don't think I've ever felt in my life. I could feel every hair on my arm and back of my neck standing at attention. I closed the door to where just my face was able to stick out. The little girl stopped and again pleaded, "Please ma'am, we're really scared alone out here. We have to come inside. Please help us." Then, like on cue, both kids began to whimper and cry. That's when the fear took over and I shut and locked the door. "I'll call your mum if you give me the number," I shouted through the door. "But I'm not letting you in my house." I could still see them stand there on the porch, just staring at me through beveled glass pane. Part of me wanted to run upstairs to my husband, but the bigger part of me didn't want to lose track of where they were. That would have freaked me out even more, to not know where they were. After what seemed like forever, but probably only a few seconds, I decided I'd call my neighbour that lives across the street. As I made my way to the side table by our couch to my phone, I glanced at the back door. Chloe was nowhere to be found. We later found her in the guest room under the bed. When I got to my phone and started to look for his contact info, it was only then that the kid stepped away from the door and began to walk down the street. As they did, I walked to the door to get a better look to see where they went, still not calling my neighbour. If you get close enough to the glass, you can see out enough to make out people's shapes, but you can't see much detail. Of course, standing that close to the door would make you pretty obvious to anyone outside looking in. From the door, I could see that the kids were still standing under the street lamp nearest my house, staring at me. As I lifted the phone to my ear after calling, only then did the kids start walking down our street. I met my neighbour out under the lamp once he was out there, but the kids were nowhere to be seen. Like I said, I don't believe in any of this stuff, and I've never heard about black-eyed kids before talking to my friend. What I really think, well, what I have to think, is that these kids were just out yanking people's chains on Halloween night. But I will say this for them, they were good. Really good at it. They scared the crap out of me and my dog. This really freaked me out. Yesterday, I noticed my neighbour hadn't put out all of his Halloween decorations and lights. The past 2 years I've lived next to him, he's gone all out for Halloween. I don't know him well, he's younger, single, but I know he likes kids, but not in a creepy way. His brother and sister-in-law and their kids are always visiting him, and he plays with his 3 young nieces and nephews out in the yard. So anyway, I got home from work and was walking up my driveway and saw him outside and said something like, "Hey man, you better get your Halloween stuff up or that house up the street is going to beat you for the best decorations." He kind of smiles sheepishly and says that he's actually going to keep his house dark this year and just put candy out. I asked if he was going out of town, but he said no. Something happened last year that really scared him. Now, I was concerned for my own safety if some weirdos were coming around our neighbourhood, which is a pretty safe neighbourhood with tons of young families living here. So I asked him what happened. He said last year he had his brother's family over so they could trick or treat in the neighbourhood, since they live in an apartment complex that doesn't do much for Halloween. He had a bunch of kids come to the door like always. His family took off around 10:30, and there were only a few older trick-or-treaters. But by 11:30, they were pretty much done. So he was inside watching TV and the doorbell rings. He grabs the candy bowl and heads over, noticing that it's a little past midnight and that's pretty rude for trick-or-treaters still be out. But then noticed he hadn't turned off all his decoration lights yet, so his house is still a beacon. He swings the door open and is about to yell boo or something to freak them out, but stops dead when he sees the kids at the door. He said one was probably around 13 or 14 and the other around 16 or 17, both male. They weren't dressed up, but he remembers the older one was wearing a flannel checkered shirt. He was immediately overcome with uneasiness, like opening the door was a huge mistake. They just stared at him and he noticed they had really big irises and dilated pupils. He couldn't even see the whites of their eyes, so he figured they were contact lenses. He was frozen there holding the candy bowl, like he couldn't slam the door in their face as much as he wanted to. So he nervously tried to smile at them, hoping they would break character and ask for candy or something. The younger one said that he had gotten lost and needed to come in and use his phone. That was when he closed the door more than halfway on them and said, "No, sorry." And the older one said something like, "Can we just come in your house until our parents come and get us?" But by then he was convinced that his life was in danger and these kids must be high on something, but intending to rob him, and he just kept mumbling, "No, sorry, good night," as he inched the door closed and locked it. He told me he was so scared at that point that they were going to try and break in through one of his windows or something, but he looked through the peephole and they had turned to leave. He watched TV with the volume really low so he could hear any sounds at all, and he said he stayed up till about 5 AM because he was too scared to go to bed and drop his guard. The whole time he's telling me this, I'm thinking, oh my god, this sounds so familiar, just like the black-eyed kids urban legend. Then I thought, hey, maybe this dude is trying to scare me because after all, he does have the Halloween spirit. So I'm looking at him, incredulously, but try not to seem too gullible. So I'm like, man, that is really crazy, sounds like the Black-Eyed Kids. He just looks at me blankly. The what? Is that a movie or something? And I said no, but told him to go look it up online. Like an hour later I get a knock on my door, and immediately almost jump out of my skin thinking it's a demon child. It was my neighbour, and his eyes were freaking huge. He swears to me up and down that he had never heard of Black-Eyed Kids before, and it's so similar to what happened to him. So we talked a while longer, and I told him that quite a few people probably know about that urban legend, and it's possible it was just teenagers with black contacts trying to freak people out on Halloween, which would be genius by the way. But he said the fear he felt was so primal and came over him the second he opened the door for them. The incident took place about 13 years ago. I had just moved to a new city with my wife. We were small town newlyweds from the Midwest. We moved cross country to one of the biggest cities in the southwest so I could attend graduate school. Being naive and new to city living, I habitually answered the door without a second thought, but never again after this. The first thing that should have tipped me off was the peculiarity of the situation was the fact that someone was knocking at 6 in the morning. The second thing that should have dawned on me is that this kid had to reach over a rather tall patio gate and latch and open it. The knock at the door was startling. My wife and I were getting ready for work, a pretty normal routine. The moment I opened the door, I was overtaken with an inexplicable sense of fear. To this day I can picture him. Teenager, average height, average build, knee-length black leather coat, short black hair and sunglasses. The sunglasses at 6 AM struck me as odd, and even more odd, he was eating an apple. He was very polite and asked if he could come in and warm up. I said no, and closed the door and slid the security chain into place. A moment later, there was another knock. I opened the now chained door, and before I could speak, he asked again if he could come in and warm up. No, I replied, and attempted to close the door. Before the door could shut, he put his hand out, stopping the door on its hinges. He looked directly into my eyes, still wearing his sunglasses, and said, "Can I at least get some ketchup for my apple?" "Fuck that," I replied, albeit a little confused. "Get the hell out of here, my wife is calling the police." He takes a moment to let the information sink in, lowers his glasses, revealing eyes as black as obsidian, and says, "No, you won't be calling anybody." At that moment I force the door closed, lock it, and call out to my wife. She is terrified, hiding in the bedroom, all jacked up on adrenaline. I rip the curtains back to look out the window next to the door. He's gone. Absolutely no trace of him. I go out onto the patio and check the gate. It's still latched from the inside. That was messed up, I think to myself as I turn to enter the house. I notice half an eaten apple lying on the ground.
Number 1. I heard this when I was in Korea. One day a girl was walking home late at night after work or something. It was dark and around midnight. She lived in an apartment where they had an elevator. She got in the elevator, and when the door was about to close, a strange man with very red hoodie entered the elevator. He apologised for scaring her and asked which floor she was heading to, without making any eye contact. She told him out of fear, and the man casually presses the button and the one below. As they were on the way, he asked her for her cell phone if he could use it, but she declined out of suspicion and isolated herself in the corner. After seconds of silence, the elevator arrived to the floor below one to which the girl was heading to, and the door opened. The guy slowly walked out of the door and turned around facing towards the elevator and the girl, and just stared at her without any movement. Slowly, the door started to close and form the gap. She could see him turning around, heading up for stairs, pulling a knife out of his pocket. 2 days after my grandfather died, the neighbourhood security guard knocks on our door on a Sunday morning. He told us an old man came to our house earlier, knocked on our front door, and finally left. When I asked him what he wanted, he told me he needed to say goodbye to someone he had never had the chance to meet. We were all stunned and had no idea who this old man was, or who he was looking for. When the guard came in, he shouted, "That's the old man," pointing at a picture of my grandfather. My entire family froze for a minute. I'm not 100% sure if the guard was telling the truth, but I almost like believing that was my granddad, wanting to say goodbye to my newborn sister before resting in peace. When my family hit hard times, we had to move into a small house where our uncle had recently shot and killed himself. He had done this because of his depression after his wife had overdosed on pills and died in the summer before. It all happened so quickly that when we moved in, there was still a lot of blood in one of the rooms. But on the third or fourth night of living there, my sister and I, who were sharing a room in the tiny house, were awake in our room playing video games at about 1 or 2 in the morning, when someone knocks at our door. We didn't think anything of it and shouted for whoever it was outside our door to come in, but no answer. But then another knock. We stop and stare at the door and another knock comes. The doorknob does a full rotation and snaps back as if someone turned it and let go very quickly. I get up in the door expecting to see one of my other sisters or my mother, the only other people in the house. I opened the door and stared into an empty hallway. I walk down the hall and peek into the other bedroom. My 2 younger sisters and my mother are both fast asleep. I have a really good one, and this is actually true. It happened to me. This could have been a dream, but I testify to this day that what I saw was a ghost. So here I am, a young boy who awoke in the middle of the night. I am currently sharing a bunk bed with my brother, and I am on the top bunk. I look out into the living room and notice everything is dark. However, there is a person in an evening gown dusting my fireplace mantle. The woman was slender, which threw me off guard because my mum is obese. I yelled out "Mum" to the person dusting the counter, and the person turned around. It was not the face of my mum, but some older woman. Suddenly, she shrieks and her face becomes severely deformed. It was like that shit you see in a horror movie, like ridiculously scary, especially for a young kid. I blinked my eyes and she was gone. I somehow went back to bed, and the next morning, I went to my living room and noticed that even though the TV was off, there was something written on the screen. It said, "Do not be afraid." The text slowly faded and no one else saw it. As a young boy, this was, and still is, extremely terrifying to me. I have 4 little cousins and who never got to meet my grandfather. He passed away before they were born. One morning, they ran downstairs for breakfast as they usually do. As my uncle was getting their food ready, one pointed to the fridge and said, "That's him, that's my uncle," not thinking much of it. Said, "Who?" and looked over. They were pointing at a picture of my grandfather that they never got to meet. My cousin responded, "The man that comes and talks to us at night until we fall asleep sometimes." I worked night shift as a palliative care RN in a very big, very old nursing home. It's important to note that this home and the religious organisation that ran it are currently part of the Royal Inquiry into the institution response for the abuse of children. The nurses that had worked there for 30 more years used to delight in telling younger staff that when it was used to be a children's home, they used to bury children that died in the Rose Garden. The old Rose Garden was apparently under a newer wing of the home. At least 4 times in my 2 years of working there, we would have elderly, close to death patients wake, totally lucid and dead of the night, and ask us, "Please tell the little girl to get out of my room," or "Please get that little boy out of the corner, he's looking at me." Being in this huge, dark, old, creepy building that had a very awful history, and then that happening, fuck that. I would never do my rounds alone when it happened. It was terrifying. It made my blood run cold, and I'd get a friend to work with me the rest of the night. I was not the only person this happened to either. It was a regular occurrence. When I was in high school, my family had to move from Central Texas back to West Texas for my dad's job. We were under a lot of stress and other family issues at the time as well. But that is besides the point. My sister and my mum were painting the upstairs walls as we got the house to get ready. My mum was on the wall to the far right, there was a blank wall in the middle, and my sister was on the far left. I was downstairs packing up things into boxes. Anyway, suddenly my sister comes downstairs. She's older than me, looking scared out of her mind. She asks me to come upstairs. On the wall in between them, for no apparent reason, this writing appeared. Looking closely enough, you can see it was not written by accident, but rather by broad strokes made by a human hand. Problem is, the handprint is too big for any of us three to make it. The longer we stayed in the room, the more freaked out we got, as we realised that nobody was playing a prank on anyone else. I still have no explanation to this day of what it means. A few years ago, my brother would get a call on his cell phone around 2 to 3 in the morning every night. He would answer it, and it was this hellish sounding noise, like static mixed with screams. He changed his cell number after a month of this and it stopped. Then after a week or so it began again, the exact same noise, exact same time. Finally one day he decided to back dial the call. It was an old man that had no clue what he was talking about. Still the calls persisted. If he didn't answer it, it would call a few more times. No messages were left. He decided to say screw it, ended his contract with his phone company, switched to a new one, and then got another new number. You guessed it. The screaming static calls continued after a short delay. But this time he was terrified every night, unsure why this was happening. He back dialed the number again and got a different person. Around this time he lost his job and his phone. The call stopped, of course. His phone was disconnected now, so one day my mum asks me to listen to this weird message she got on her home phone. It was the static screaming. We showed my brother and he was freaking out. He back dialed the number again, and it said the number was discontinued this time. He never heard it again after that. When my sister was young, my parents got her a personal phone, a landline, so that she could feel special. Yes, she was extra spoiled. It was a prepaid landline though, so basically no one could call in or out if she ran out of credit, much like a mobile phone. Anyway, every night at 3 AM her phone would ring. She said there was a man on the other line, and she'd get really scared and come running to my room. It escalated to the point that I asked her to please disconnect her phone before going to sleep, because it was becoming extremely annoying to get woken up every single night by this person that calls her. To be honest, she was about 10, and I thought it was just these stupid scary movies she liked to watch. Eventually, she just got rid of the phone. In any case, I recall this stopping a few years ago. We were talking about it, and she confessed that her phone continued to ring even after she discontinued it, which is why she said she didn't want it anymore. She had no recollection of what the person on the other end was saying, or maybe she just completely blocked it out. My former teacher was home alone when she was a child, at some point in the 70s probably. A man knocked on her door and she opened her main door, but kept her screen door locked. He said he was from the gas company and wanted to talk to her parents. She told him that they weren't home, and he, without missing a beat, tried to start forcing his way into the home. When he found the screen door to be locked, he pulled out a fucking box cutter and started to cut through the screen. My teacher ran to hide in a clothes hamper in her parents' closet. She said she sat there for about 10 minutes before the police arrived. Thank God a neighbour saw everything and called the police, or she would probably be dead by now. Also, to put the cherry on the freaking cake, they found the intruder hiding in the attic. A few weeks ago my girlfriend and I were sleeping together when I woke up to her saying, "What are you doing?" She sometimes talks in her sleep, but this sounded so coherent and urgent that it jolted me awake, and I asked her what she was talking about. She then woke up and said she thought she saw someone at the end of the bed. Thinking it was just a dream or a semi-awake hallucination, we thought nothing of it and went back to sleep. About an hour later, I woke up and saw someone standing on the bed, with the sheets wrapped up and twisted to their neck. I didn't know what to do, but the first thing that came out of my mouth was, "What are you doing?" My girlfriend then woke me up. I had been dreaming the exact same thing she did, and said the exact same thing. When I was growing up, one of my best friends told me about a very creepy situation involving him, his younger brother, and a man in the window. When my friend and his little brother were younger, they shared a bedroom. They were some years apart, but his younger brother was born with a multitude of different health issues, including multiple sclerosis, and he confined to a wheelchair and cannot care for himself. so to keep an eye on him overnight when his parents couldn't. They shared a bedroom. One night my friend randomly woke up for no in particular reason and happened to glance over at his younger brother, but noticed something very startling. A strange silhouette of a man wearing a top hat looking in through the window behind his younger brother's crib. The first thing my friend did was jump up and turn the light on, then ran into his parents' room to tell them what he had saw. When his parents came back into the room to investigate, his younger brother was having a seizure in his crib. A few of the family members say it was his younger brother's guardian angel standing in the window that night. My friend believes it was death. It's all pretty unsettling to me. My friend and a few of his colleague buddies were going on a ghost hunt and had heard about some graveyard where children murdered by their mother had been buried. The graveyard was located off the main road, so my friend parked his car on the side of the road, and a group of maybe 5 to 7 people, I believe, got out and followed a small path through the woods for a couple of minutes to get to the graveyard. Once there, nothing exciting happened for the first 10 minutes or so, and they had tried everything the website or wherever they had heard their story told them to do, with nothing resulting. They got bored and, being typical, inebriated college kids started taunting the supposed ghost of the mother. This continued for a few minutes before they tired and decided to go back to the car as one of the girls had to go to the bathroom. Once they got back to the car, my friend's sober driver tried opening the handle without unlocking the car because he hadn't locked it in the first place, but found it locked. He attributed this to a bad memory at the time. The group drove home laughing and talking like normal. After he had dropped off all the others at their homes, he went back to his own house. He got in the same time as one of his roommates, who stopped and waited for him to pull in. The roommate had his phone out and shined the light in the window when his friend pulled in as a joke. What he saw was tiny baby-sized handprints all over the windows. As soon as my friend got out, he went into the house without saying a word to his roommate. The roommate, confused, went back to the car and tried to rub off the handprints. They were on the inside of the window. To this day, my friend will not speak of his drive home after he dropped off his other friends, and has since sold his car without ever driving it again. My best friend died of cancer back in 22. We were incredibly close, every way, and we spent the majority of our free time together. Almost a year after she died, I was in my apartment sleeping and my phone rang around 3 AM. I had one of those Sony Ericssons. I was very groggy and picked up the phone from my nightstand and looked at it. I saw it was my friend's number. I immediately became alert and awake and answered the phone, very curious. I said hello a few times, but all I could hear was a very loud static for about 30 seconds. Eventually the call ended. At this point I was freaking out and called the number back, only to get an automated recording that this number was out of service. I then called her mother's house to see if it was possible her older sister may have heard her friend's old phone and might have called me by accident, but there was no answer at my friend's mother's home. Come to find out, the remaining family were away to Miami. After they came home a few days later, I took the phone to them and showed them the call log, and they were in disbelief. We went to my friend's room and got the phone out of the drawer where it had been sitting for months. Battery stone cold dead. A man goes to a bed and breakfast. While checking in, the owner tells him that the room next to him is undergoing some repairs, so don't open the door or anything. The man goes to his room, drops off his things, but then is bored. He pokes around the house a little, and with nothing else to do, decides to see the room that needs repairing. He tries the door and it's locked. He wonders why the owner would even bother warning him about this room since it's locked anyway. Whatever. He peeks through the keyhole and the room beyond isn't actually being repaired. It's completely empty, except for a figure in the far side of the room sitting in a chair facing the wall. The man stands up again, creeped out. Just to make sure he wasn't imagining things, he bends down and looks through the keyhole again. This time he doesn't see the figure or the room at all, just the colour red, like someone was blocking the keyhole with construction paper. Weirded out, the man goes to bed. When he's at breakfast with the owner the next morning, the man asks him about the repairs in the next room. The owner sighs and says, "Truthfully, I don't rent out that room because so many people have told me it's haunted by a ghost with red eyes." There was a hunter in the woods who, after a long day hunting, was in the middle of an immense forest. It was getting dark, and having lost his bearings, he decided to head in one direction until he was clear of the increasingly aggressive foliage. After what seemed like hours, he came across a cabin in a small clearing. Realising how dark it had grown, he decided to see if he could stay there for the night. He approached and found the door ajar. Nobody was inside. The hunter flopped down on a single bed, deciding to explain himself to the owner in the morning. As he looked around, he was surprised to see the walls adorned by many portraits, all painted in incredible detail. Without exception, they appeared to be staring down at him. Their features twisted into looks of hatred. Staring back, he grew increasingly uncomfortable. Making a concentrated effort to ignore the many hateful faces, he turned to face the wall, and exhausted, he fell into a restless sleep, face down in an unfamiliar bed. He turned blinking in an unexpected sunlight. Looking up, he discovered that the cabin had no portraits, only windows. My house was built in 1904. It's a single-family home, wood frame setting on a concrete block foundation. I've been living here for about 12 years. All of the weird things that my siblings and me have been seen or heard in this house, this one event is my favourite. This happened to my brother. About 10 years ago, my brother and his best friend had started a garage band playing mostly Spanish rock. Alternative music, but in Spanish. His friends could only get together on Sunday afternoons. They would practice into the early evening. They would usually call it quits by 8 PM. This was the time I usually showed up and went to bed, because I worked the graveyard shift. This happened in late fall, so the days were getting shorter. They had just finished a long session when the decision to head to someone else's house came about. My brother handed his car keys to his buddy so they could load up the equipment. Everyone had filed out of the basement. The tricky part was that they needed to walk all the way to the back of the basement, up the back stairs through the kitchen doorway, down the hall, into the living room and out into the front porch. Everyone was outside, sitting in my brother's truck waiting for him. My brother was walking up the back stairs when he remembered that he had left his pancakes in a to-go container sitting on a speaker in the basement. He made the decision to go back. Now the basement is not clean, with full sight of lines. There had been perforations made, and the boiler and main heating unit are right smack in the middle. So after my brother walks back, he is about to retrieve his food container when out of the corner of his eye he sees it. It's a shadowy figure, right at his peripheral vision. This feeling of dread and uneasiness washed over my brother. We've been taught that if you're in the presence of a spirit or a ghost and you felt a bad vibe, to say a quick prayer or cuss at it. My brother chose the latter. He basically just told it to fuck off. My brother started to walk to the back of the basement and briskly up the stairs, closing doors and turning off lights as he was walking out. The last light switch is on the opposite side of the front door. Luckily, the door was open and the light from the street lamp was flooding the living room with its amber light. My brother said he felt something at his back, but at no point did he turn around. As he flicked the last switch, the living room went dark. As he stepped out, he pulled on the door, closing it behind him. Still holding his food container in one hand, he jogged down a few porch steps. He walked towards the front gate. Our house resides far from the main street, essentially having a large front yard but no rear garage. As he closed the gap between himself and his friend lad and truck, he kinda smiled and thought things over in his head, mad at himself for spooking out where there was no reason. He climbed into the driver's side of the truck, putting on his seatbelt and getting ready to put out the parking spot directly in front of the house, when one of his friends asked, "Hey, wait, what about your brother? Isn't he coming with us?" My brother answered, "What do you mean? He went to work early tonight. He's already gone. Do you see his car anywhere?" The question they asked, "So, then who was walking behind you when you were leaving the house?" In my old house, I would be sitting on my computer listening to music on my iPod while playing World of War. Periodically at random times, the screen would flicker and my iPod's volume would adjust either up or down. I never thought anything of this until it continued to do so only in the house. Eventually I just said whatever. If it likes a song, it likes a song. However, inside this house I have constant issues, one of which would be me sleeping in my bed or living room depending on the night and waking up to a low grumbling sound. Feeling fear strike my heart and listening to the beat of my now panicked state, I would try and move, to wake up and see what is happening. I couldn't. Not even my fingertips would move. Completely conscious and able to see silhouettes, I hear and see my cat hiss, and I can feel myself being moved as light shines over my eyes and I fall asleep again. This particular case, I remember waking up and seeing a man standing on this 100-foot tree in my backyard. Real tall and slender. I muster up as much strength as I can, raise my hand up and give this guy the finger, after which I immediately fall back asleep with a thud. I hear my back door open on the second floor, and my dog start barking, whining from the downstairs. I was 16 and 250 pounds. No one was moving me anywhere, realistically speaking, of course. Anyway, to this day I swear that that thing was an ET, because I saw it multiple times throughout my life, standing in the kitchen window, which was 8 foot off the ground. And in the first house I ever lived in, I used to see him hidden in the bedroom window and he would talk to me. Scariest shit I've ever experienced. Ended when I moved out of my last house. I'm now 21. During Hurricane Gustav in 08, I think, I evacuated to a church in Baton Rouge with a friend and his family. At the same time, there was an entire nursing home's worth of old people staying in the church. My friend, his family and myself all shared one room together. In this church there was a bathroom that was large, similar to something that would be in an elementary school. A few stalls and a trough of urinals. One night during the storm, my friends and I make a trip to the bathroom. The lights had since gone out, middle of a hurricane and all. The church had a musty, eerie feel to it, kind of like when you turn off the AC in a house for a few days. The area surrounding the church was also dead quiet, since there was no electricity in the area. The bathroom was several halls over from our room, so we grabbed our flashlights and set out. While walking down one long hall, we shined our flashlights ahead, and there, at the end of the hall, sat an old man in a wheelchair, in the middle of the night with no one around. Now this hall was incredibly long, so we could make him out, but we couldn't really see his facial features. Once we grasped what we had saw, we turned and looked at each other, semi-freaked out. Then we shined our flashlights back to where he was, and there was nothing there. It was as if he had vanished. No signs, no sound, nothing. Needless to say, we hauled ass back to the room. Okay, this happened to me when I was a junior in high school, and it had just started snowing that evening. My best friend and I were in debate and getting ready for our state qualifiers. They were the next day. We were writing our cases and, as usual, at each other's throats over the details of the cases. It was a stressful, tense evening. We finally finished our cases at about 3 AM. Then we went to my room for the night. Almost as soon as we get into my room, we hear what sounds like the water turning on at the other end of the house. No big deal, I think, my parents probably. Then we hear the front door open. I told her I bet my mum woke up and wanted some fresh air. It made sense. I really thought that's what it was. Until we heard incredibly heavy footsteps in my living room, headed for my room. They were not anyone in my family's footsteps. They then stopped. My friends and I looked at each other and we were both freaked out, just standing frozen in my room. We walked closer to each other and the footsteps started again, but this time they were running towards us. We both flipped, we grabbed each other's hands out of fear, and my bedroom door flew open. We both looked at the door. Nobody was there. We ran to the bathroom that's connected to my room and closed and locked the door and stood against it. When we finally got the balls to do it, we sprinted to my parents' room, crying and hysterical. We obviously startled my parents awake. They said neither of them had gotten up. My dad grabbed his gun and looked outside. No tracks in the snow anywhere around the house.
This story happened to my sister, who is a travelling registered nurse. Her occupation takes her all over the Navajo Nation reservation. So most times her husband, when he is available, will drive her from and to her next shift. She worked a night shift mostly. They have never shared a ghost story before this or since. It was between 2:45 AM and 3 AM in the summertime. If you're from the res, you know that most nights are arid with a slight cool breeze. When she had finished her shift, sometime around midnight, her husband was driving. Her next job was in Chiln, so they decided to go through Kayenta. They were driving on that stretch of desolate highway between Round Rock and Lukachiku. The streetlights from the homes are scattered in the horizon miles away, apart, and most times it is just pitch black. She was half asleep, but alert because of all the caffeine in her system and the fact that she is used to being awake all night because of her job. They had not seen another vehicle for an hour or so, and were not familiar with the area, having only driven through the area a few times. She said they were driving on the roads, and in front of them, probably about a football field's length, she noticed something splattered across the 2-lane highway. She said it was dark. Roadkill or dead livestock on the road is a common thing in the reservation due to poor fencing and highway maintenance. She figured it looked familiar and not too out of place, but as they got closer, she said she remembers the shimmer of the dark matter, like wet pavement. She thought to herself, it must be recent blood splatter if it's still wet. Her eyes began darting across the landscape and trying to assess the damage, looking for the animal carcass. The blood puddle spanned the width of the highway. She thought it had been from a large animal like a cow or a horse, but she couldn't locate the large bloated carcass of any livestock. Something didn't feel quite right. As rural as the location was and how recent the seemingly wet blood was, she figured no one could have been there that quickly to dispose of the roadkill. As soon as she came to the conclusion in her head, she said her instincts took over. She felt like someone kicked her in the stomach, like the ground falling out beneath you, or the way you feel dropped in a roller coaster, but no joyous emotion. It felt bad or evil. She jolted upright and began trying to scan the dark horizon for any clues. Her husband later said he didn't want to scare her, but came to the same conclusion silently by himself. She said her blood froze and her heart skipped a beat when she made out a silhouette slowly rising on the left shoulder of the highway. Her mind began to race with what it could possibly be. We haven't passed any vehicles in a long time, and we are far from the nearest residence. What could be out in the middle of nowhere this late and this isolated? It was standing upright and facing the opposite direction. Her husband began to speed up as they neared it. She doesn't want to look because everything about the situation seems wrong, and she doesn't want to see something she can't unsee. Too late. It's in her peripheral, and she doesn't want to close her eyes because she said that would be more terrifying. Her eyes stay straight ahead, but her curiosity gets the best of her, and her eyes wander off to the left. As the headlights hit the silhouette almost full on, she said it looked like a person standing there, wrapped in a white sheet. A white sheet that has been splattered with blood. The figure stands completely still, not flinching or shuddering from the lights of the vehicle. The figure seems to have shoulder-length black hair that looks jaggedly cut. She said the way the hair hung off the head of the figure, it looked matted or greased, and not free-flowing or clean. They were passing the figure, her husband trying to stay on the pavement but the furthest away from the left shoulder that road will allow. She can't make out the face because the figure has its head bowed down and the hands out in front of it in a prayer stance. Neither of them speak. Her mind is rushing with the thoughts like, what if the vehicle stops working, or whatever that was starts chasing us? Who would be able to help us? They make it to the intersection towards many farms, a sigh of relief. That's one of the reasons Navajo elders tell you to never drive at dark or really late. This happened to my mother, actually, and she told me about it later that night. After we moved to the middle of nowhere about a year and a half ago, I began researching paranormal as a sort of hobby, if you will. My family is an hour away from any nearby town and surrounded by sparse woods filled with dark pine and gnarled old oaks that give me the creeps. I think this fueled my research into paranormal, as it's such an unnerving setting right outside the window. I ended up stumbling across skinwalkers one day in my research and was instantly drawn to them. I'm not sure why. Maybe the fact it was a tangible creature, I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, about a month into my odd obsession, I left at about 5 AM with my brother for the nearest town an hour away to stay with her grandparents for the night. That night my mother called to tell me about an odd encounter she had with a deer about half an hour after my brother and I left. She was home alone and had just gotten out of the shower. The sun was just starting to come up, so it was still relatively dark outside, and she heard 2 short, sharp knocks on the window, and the 2 family dogs started going absolutely nuts in the living room. She walked out into the living room and saw a stag, standing on its hind legs, peering into the living room window. The family dogs, otherwise good-natured and familiar with deer at this point, were snarling. Their hackles raised as she said she could see the whites of their eyes. When it turned and saw my mum standing there, she said it blew air out of its nose, fogging up the window. That's how cold it was, and dropped down onto all floors again before slowly wandering off down the driveway. My mum thought she had had a rare encounter with a deer and was excited to tell me about it since we both love animals. But it made my blood run cold and scared the crap out of me. Personally, it feels way too well timed to be a coincidence. I have stopped my research, all of it actually, into anything paranormal. We haven't had anything similar happen since, I'm glad to report. This happened in northeast Colombia in early August of 2018. The area in which this happened is on a road beside the woods with some suburban communities lying here and there. The thing is, 20 to maybe 25 years ago, the area was deep in the woods. There were no neighbourhoods, just scattered houses here and there. Here's what happened. I was driving on a quiet, overcast, gloomy day. I turned a corner and noticed the road was void of any traffic, which was strange for this time of day. I looked ahead, and about 1,000 feet in front of me was something I'd never seen before. There was this creature with an orange colour to it. Now mind you, I've been driving this road several times a week for the past 10 years, so I'm going to notice when something doesn't look right. Anyway, this thing I saw was running across the road very quickly. So fast I know it wasn't a person or even an animal, because it was running on 2 legs. I believe it had a tail, and I swear it looked like a fox or maybe even a coyote, except for the fact that those don't run on their hind legs. I feel like I should mention that there was a subdivision on the side of the road I was running toward, so I guess that's where it was determined to go. Once it got across the road, it just vanished into thin air. I'll never forget how that thing just glided across the road, and how fast it was going. The whole event only lasted maybe 3 or 5 seconds, but it felt so much longer. I didn't get eye contact with it, because it was too far away. I've heard people say that Native Americans have a better chance of seeing these things. I am part Native American and have some family that still lives on a reservation. I'm not too familiar with a lot of their practices or traditions other than what I've read in books and on the internet. If anyone here would like to help me understand what happened, it would be greatly appreciated. I've been spooked and sort of obsessed about my experience since it happened. At times I can't stop thinking about it. So I posted my experience a few weeks ago and got some good feedback. I was even asked about some other stories and experiences I might have had. So I asked around my family to see what I could find. My dad's side of the family is majority Navajo, and I definitely did not come up short with experiences and stories. This story came from my great-grandmother and takes place on an old reservation in Arizona about 32 years ago. She had a pretty decent sized property. On this property, she had 3 hogans, a large cornfield adjacent to 3 hogans, a large well on opposite side of the cornfield, and a grazing pasture for her 12 sheep and 4 horses. At the end of the day, she would take a horse and herd the sheep into a small pen closer to the house. While telling the story, this is where she got uneasy. She would keep nervously scratching her neck and looking around. She said that one day she told everyone she was going out to herd the sheep as usual. She hopped on her favourite horse and found the sheep probably a mile or so away from the house. She counted 11 sheep, so she started to search for the other by making circles around the area, increasing the diameter of each circle as she progressed. She found the last sheep up on the hill from the herd, standing alone in the open. She spurred her horse and started trotting over. When she got closer, she said she started to notice whatever she was seeing was definitely not a sheep. At the same time, she noticed her horse stopped in its tracks, and its ears perked up. She said that the way it was standing gave it away, and the wool of the sheep didn't look right, almost like it had been taped on and was starting to fall off to one side. It was hard for me to believe what happened next, but she said that it stood up and turned around. It was an old medicine man with a sheepskin cloak, but this isn't what she had seen before. He stared at her, and she said the bloodlust in his eyes made her want to cry and hide. The horse reared up at the sight of this, throwing her to the ground, and she blacked out. Now, this is where I started to believe the story. A few hours later, my father, grandfather, and uncle hopped on their horses and rode out to look for her. They found the herd of sheep and started to panic when she wasn't nearby. They followed the tracks up the hill and found her unconscious in the snow. Her horse had been slaughtered. A section of its throat was missing, and it had multiple scratch wounds on its chest and front legs that my grandfather said had to be at least 1.5 inches deep. Around my grandmother is a perfect circle where footprints and handprints, like someone had been trotting around her on all fours. My grandfather was emphasized that a perfect circle. My grandmother doesn't remember waking up or being sick for 2 weeks after the encounter, but my father, uncle and grandfather told me that they spent those weeks questioning her sanity, puking up unusual green fill smelling liquid and having sporadic fevers. I asked all of them at different times after my grandmother told the story. My uncle and father live in different parts of Arizona, and my grandfather split from my grandmother, but they all told me pretty much the same story about what took place afterwards. I even got some other experiences from them. I have no way of proving this is true, but after seeing my grandmother get so uncomfortable telling the story 30 years later, I believe it with all my soul. I was only 11 at the time of this story. My family has property in Blanding, Utah, that we like to use for camping and other fun stuff. My grandma and I were driving back home after spending the weekend down there. We got to Monticello when I had to use the bathroom really bad, and the closest building we saw was a pottery store, so we stopped there. It was evening time as I remember the sun setting. Before going inside, I saw an older woman standing across the street with a huge walking stick. I waved at her because I thought the stick looked cool, and she smiled and waved back. After coming back outside, she was gone, but in the distance I could see a deer prancing away. I was bummed because I wanted to see the stick closer because it looked like it had carvings and other things hanging from the top. As we were about 2 hours further into our drive home, it was super dark and we were driving through a canyon, when all of a sudden I had this massive sense of something watching me. I looked out of the window and could barely see a big deer running on the hillside, keeping pace with our car. I was excited and told my grandma to slow down and look because it really was a massive looking deer. When she slowed down, I was pointing at it. I swear it locked eyes with me, and for some reason I had a feeling of familiarity, but also like my heart was going to jump from my body. The familiar feeling was akin to seeing someone from elementary school, but not quite sure I actually knew them. My grandma told me she couldn't see anything, which I thought was crazy, but she told me to just get some rest as she continued to speed up. I have told the story to a few friends and they didn't think it was all too interesting. I can still remember both what the woman looked like and the deer almost as if they were standing in front of me.
This story took place 2 years ago. I was on my second week backpacking through Austria, and I reached a point where I was too exhausted to walk any longer. It was an unusually hot day. I had blisters all over my feet, and I was ready to call it quits. I was in the middle of nowhere and decided to thumb a lift to the nearest train station, but I was out of luck. I stood there for what felt like hours and no car would pick me up. I don't blame them. I spent 2 weeks sleeping in the woods, my clothes were dirty, and I probably looked like a maniac. When finally a truck pulled up, I didn't hesitate to hop inside because I was so thankful to be able to sit down and rest my feet for a while. I asked the driver if he could drop me at the nearest station so I could catch a train to Vienna. But he told me that he was heading back there anyway, and that he could take me there as long as I didn't mind him making a stopover to load the truck. I didn't, and so we drove along. We made some small talk and he seemed to be very polite. It was a pretty enjoyable ride until we reached the first stop. He loaded his truck while I walked around a bit and bought some water at a gas station nearby. He offered me drinks a few times along the ride, but I always declined because I don't feel comfortable with that. I got back into the truck and we continued to drive to Vienna. Almost immediately after we took off again, he told me that it wouldn't be a problem for him if I wanted to take off some clothes since it was such a hot day. I told him that I was fine, but he brought it up a couple of more times. He also asked me if I wanted to take a nap in the back and that he had several hitchhikers sleeping there in the past. I declined again and started to feel a little uneasy around him and planned to leave the truck at the next gas stop. All of a sudden, he nearly yelled at me to put my head down and hide because he was driving past his stepfather's car and he didn't want him to see me in the truck. That struck me as odd, but I did anyway because his yelling took me by surprise. That confirmed my resolution to get out of there as soon as possible, and I asked him to drop me off at the next stop and make up an excuse that it was my goal to enter Vienna by foot, and that I was rested enough to make it, thanks to his lift. He agreed and got my stuff ready. He suddenly turned to me and said that I looked familiar and if he was sure he saw me somewhere before. I shrugged it off, but he insisted he remembered my face. He asked me if I ever went to a swingers club because he was sure he saw me there sometime. That caught me off guard and I told him that it was impossible because I'd never been to one. He said, "Well, do you want to go?" "I'm going to one in Vienna. Let's go there together. I'm sure you'll like it." At this point, I really wanted to get off the truck ASAP and told him that I had no intention to come with him and asked him to drop me off now. He didn't answer but reached into his pants and started masturbating while he drove along. I froze up, clutching my backpack on my lap and didn't know what to do. I kept thinking that I'd jump off as soon as he stopped somewhere and try to ignore what he was doing there since he didn't respond to my plea to let me out. A gas station was coming up and he stopped what he was doing and asked if we should take a shower together. I figured that there'd be people around and it would make it easier to get rid of him, so I told him sure. Why not? He pulled up and as soon as he stopped, I yanked open the door and ran across the parking area of the gas station, hoping that he wouldn't come after me. He didn't, so I just kept running until the station was out of sight and I reached a busy street. Only after my heart stopped racing and I caught my breath, I realised that I left my shoes at the truck and kept a lookout for the truck until I reached Vienna. Number 2. I lived in a house from hell for 4 years. From age 11 to almost 16, there was constantly something happening. Doors flying open and shut, voices, footsteps. Nothing ever stayed where you put it. I was alone there a lot because both my parents worked and I was constantly terrified. One of the most gut-level disturbing things, though, was the little girl in my bathroom. Every time I walked past my bathroom door, which was constantly since it was right outside my bedroom, I saw a little girl with blonde curled hair and a rose-coloured dress. She just stood there, staring, looking like a photograph from 1905. I started keeping the door closed so I could walk by without seeing her, but she was always there when I opened it. Once I stepped in past her. I couldn't see her anymore, but I could feel her there. She scared me, but I felt really sorry for her because she was trapped there, just like me, but probably forever. As the years went by and things in the house continued to get worse, she started seeming darker. I started feeling like she wasn't really a little girl, and I felt like it was presenting this sympathetic image to me. Then I started thinking I was completely losing my mind. One day, when I was 14, I had a friend from out of town come stay with me for a week. I hadn't told her anything whatsoever about the house because I didn't think she would come if I did. Right after she got there, we were sitting in my room and she left to go to the bathroom. About a minute later, she walked back in with a puzzled look on her face and said, "So, there's a little girl in your bathroom?" Yeah, she hangs out in there. Blonde hair, curls, pink dress. Yeah. You know that's not really a little girl, don't you? I almost threw up. I was so relieved and terrified and excited and ready to run out of the house screaming. She wouldn't use my bathroom the rest of the week, and I started using it as little as possible without pissing off my parents, who did not want to believe. Eventually we moved out and I could not have been happier. I distanced myself from it mentally as much as I could. Then, when I was 18, I took another friend on a road trip to pack up a few things I'd left in the house. My parents hadn't managed to sell it and wouldn't for 5 more years. The minute we got to the property, my friend seemed uncomfortable. When we came around the bend in the long, steep driveway, he went completely white. I could tell something was wrong, but he insisted he was okay, so we got to work. After a while, he asked to use the bathroom, and I directed him to mine. Not 20 seconds after he left, he came running back in, gasping for breath. A dam slammed the bedroom door behind him. He started babbling about a little blonde girl who isn't really a little girl. All of a sudden, he went dead still, looked me in the eye, and very solemnly said, "She's not happy with you. You left, and you weren't supposed to." We threw whatever we could grab in 2 trips in my car, after I walked him to another bathroom and waited outside the door, and got the fuck out at top speed. Number 3. So, when I was barely 20 years old, I was travelling with a small group of people through China, and we were spending about 2 months in Qinghai province, which used to be a part of Tibet. Our destinations was a specific town to teach English, but we'd been stopping often in towns and small cities along the way. One day we arrived in a rural town, very small, nothing unusual. We spent only a couple of days there, shopping for food at the markets and walking around to see the sights, although there weren't that many. This was in the dead of winter, in February, and all the grass in the hills and plants around the town were dead and brown. The overall feeling was that of the normal kind of bleakness that any rural place has in the winter. At this time in my life, things were going amazingly, extraordinarily well for me, and I say that because my teenage hood had been rather darkly overcast. But the overwhelming good luck of being able to travel and these close friends I'd made in the last year had more than changed my feelings and attitude towards life. It was like I was a whole new person. I was ecstatic to be in Tibet. Went to sleep with a smile on my face every night. On our second day staying in the small town, I woke up feeling a little odd. Not bad, just odd, like my normal thoughts and feelings had been turned down low, like on a dial. We all decided to go for a walk on the hills right behind the town, where there was a small summit with a pile of rocks and some prayer flags. To be honest, there was little altars like these on every other hill, but it gave us something to do. As we hiked up the hills behind the town, I started feeling strange and stranger. I wasn't scared, I didn't feel angry or any strong emotion. In fact, it was like emotion was trickling out of me somehow, and I was getting blanker and blanker, emptier and emptier. My mind started feeling a little hazy, and more I felt like I simply didn't care about anything. A small and rapidly dwindling part of myself started to panic, knew that something bad was happening, but it was like my own inner voice was slowly getting quieter and quieter. I remember we reached the little summit and I simply sank onto the ground next to the pile of rocks. Without meaning to, I started tuning out the voices around me and fixed all my attention on the little pebbles in the dirt. I began tapping one against the other repeatedly. Do you know the kind of horror that is opposite of feeling scared or feeling anything at all? The kind of vicious hideousness of a fly buzzing against a closed window for hours on end in an empty room. That's what was filling in my mind. It was demonic in its meaninglessness. I touched my face and felt that it was grinning at nothing. Through all the emptiness, a thought flooded to the forefront of my mind. You should just die. At first it sounded totally reasonable, but something in me fought it and I was momentarily troubled. Right then, my group started to walk down from the hill, and I followed. The further we walked, the more normal I felt, until we left the town that afternoon and I was totally freaked out. When another girl, Hannah, mentioned in an odd offhand way that she had felt something strange and depressed while staying there, I told her that I had felt the same. When the group leader mentioned that the local had told him that the town had been plagued with a rash of young women under 25 committing suicide, Hannah and I went white. Number 4. In my old apartment, my dog would, on occasion, look down the hallway towards the bedroom, from the living room and growl for no apparent reason. Also, on occasion when I was sleeping in the bedroom, she kept at the foot of the bed. I would wake up with her staring intently at the door and growling. She was a bad girl, 140 pounds of Great Dane, Catahoula and slobber. So I'm there for a couple of years of this, thinking, okay, my dog has a good imagination. Wrong. One night I woke up due to my dog growling. One night I woke up due not to my dog growling, but barking for all she was worth, and not at the door. She was barking straight at me. I opened my eyes pretty much immediately, and there was a blur of light, leering over me, very close, certainly less than 6 inches from my face. It was not distinguishable as a person. It more resembled a person-sized version of a colourful nebula you might see in a picture in a science magazine. 3-dimensional and all. I immediately got the distinct impression that this thing had been watching me sleep, for God knows how long and how many times before. For all the clarity of that distinct feeling, I had no sense of what I wanted, whether it was malevolent or just curious. I flipped right the fuck out. I jumped backwards to the side of the bed, too terrified to scream, and that blur of light reacted and disappeared over the course of about 3 seconds. My dog was going absolutely ape. So shortly thereafter, I asked the building manager if anybody had ever died there. She investigated that and came back to me a couple of weeks later with a yes. A woman had died of a drug overdose in that apartment in 1995, so 12 years earlier, shortly after having her child removed from her custody because of her addiction problems. My dog still growls at the hallway from time to time, but I never saw it again. I moved out about a year later. Number 5. So when I was a kid, I would race up to the top of the stairs as fast as I could, like it was some sort of silly game. Well, I must have been 5 or 6 at the time. I'm not sure, but I know I was very little. Somewhere along the way, a voice at the top of the stairs started to whisper to me. It would make bets with me, such as, "I bet you a penny you can't make it to the top of the stairs." I don't really think there was a certain amount of time or anything. As I said, I was very little, so I probably didn't have any counting abilities. Anyway, I recall just sitting at the top of the stairs, having conversations with this voice about betting, of course. Eventually the voice, it was like a whisper of a man's voice, not my own voice in my head, started to bet me my life, instead of pennies. It'd say, "I bet you your life you can't make it up the stairs, blah blah." As I got older it stopped. I never really thought about it at all. I never mentioned it to anyone. Until one night I was sleeping over at my brother's place. I was about 18, he was 22, and we were talking about spooky stories. Out of nowhere I brought up the voice at the top of the stairs and my brother got all quiet and weird. Before I even mentioned the betting aspect, he said, "Did it make bets with you?" We both looked at each other, horrified. It certainly was freaky after the fact. A lot of bad stuff went down in my family at that period of time in my life, and my mother, a heavily religious lady, said there was a lot of evil in our lives at that time. I don't at all think our place was haunted. It was built in the late 70s, and as I got older, I never experienced anything like that again. Number 6. So this was told to me by an old family friend, Nikki, numerous times as a kid growing up, as one of those life advice stories to keep in mind through the years. And to her credit, I have never forgotten it. Whenever anything associated with hitchhiking comes up, it always springs to mind, and probably always will. Makes me a bit ill whenever I think about it actually. So Nikki, who grew up in the same time as my dad, around the early 80s, was a young woman in her mid-20s. She's one of those real kind-hearted souls, always willing to help other people out at times, that kind of person. And I can't imagine her being anything other than what she was when she was younger, so I totally see her doing this. So driving into the city, about a 2 hour or so drive out from town, she saw a man walking down the side of the road. As she neared, he turned and in typical hitchhiker manner, stuck out his old arm and thumb. Nikki, bless her heart, pulled over and asked him if he needed any help. She told me that he was really polite, if not a bit shy, when he asked for a lift into the city. Nikki gave him a smile and popped open the passenger door for the guy, who tossed his bag into the back seat and buckled up for the ride ahead. They talked pleasantly for most of the trip, about friends, the news. She felt that they were getting on really well, and even bought him dinner at the pit stop a little over halfway there. She says he seemed really flustered and awkward when she paid, but one of the things he had talked about was money, and how he was pretty dang strapped for cash, which is why he was hitchhiking in the first place, but he eventually relented and they went on their way. As soon as they got into the city, he thanked her profusely for the ride and the food, and asked to be dropped off once they hit downtown. Before getting out, he asked for Nikki's phone number so he could contact her someday and catch up. Thrilled at the prospect of knowing how her new friend was faring, Nikki wrote it down for him and drove off with a warm feeling of good deed done. Now, I'm sorry if you're expecting something creepy to have happened by now, but I think this was what freaked me out so much as a kid. How nice everything seemed to have worked out. Nikki would get this crease in her forehead and a funny look in her eyes when she would tell me the next part. A week later, she got a phone call from her driving buddy. He didn't let her get a word in edgewise, after hello, and told her that she should thank God that she was raised so nice, because when he first got in her car he was planning on raping and murdering her once they got to that pit stop. That he was going to steal that car and dump her body in a ditch further down the road and go on his merry way. But after she talked with him so kindly and treated him to dinner with a smile on her face, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He didn't think that he could live with himself after doing that to such a nice lady. And to please, 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 Nicky please, never ever pick up another hitchhiker. Then he hung up on the phone. Nicky never got a call from him again. When she tried redialing the number, she got a payphone. And so, Mr. Hitchhiker, I know I'm never going to meet you, because I'm going to listen to the advice you gave your driving buddy and never ever pick up a hitchhiker. Number 7. So this was when I used to live in a different state. I got a job working as a cocktail server at a strip club, which was a good choice for me at the time, as the club was very fun, kind of metal punk vibe, and also very popular with the lesbians. And since I was going through the process of coming out as a bisexual, and was in a very radical fuck corporate society, fuck me, let's take their money phase, I'm not one of those people who think stripping is super empowering, but it was a good fit at the time. Also, while I was there, after about 6 weeks I would often have terrible, suffocating feelings, almost about to have a panic attack, and terrible migraines while working in the club. I would often feel panicked and scared, but I chalked it up to a stressful job in a strange environment. I never had these feelings anywhere else around this time. So the club was really kind of messy, not dirty, but just filled with things. Lots of tables in the bar, lots of speaker and extra crap in the back storage room behind the stage, and a tiny crowded dressing room for the dancers. Behind the stage there was kind of a storage room area that had several dressers and mirrors put in, as well as an old comfy couch in case the dancers wanted to use it in an extra dressing room, or a place to nap, but no one ever actually used it. This room gave me the worst, suffocating, panic-inducing vibes of all, and I had no explanation for it. So I would often be at work until 4 AM or later, since I didn't have a car, public transportation wasn't running, and it was kind of a sketchy neighbourhood. I would wait until one of the dancers was done for the night and she would drop me off at home. This was often after my own shift ended. When I first started working, I would spend that extra time trying to do side work, clean and straighten up like a good employee, but after a while I would often just hang out in the back room studying, since I was also in grad school at the time. Until when I started completely freaking out in the back room, dancer's dressing room, the feeling would mostly go away. So also when this stuff started to get worse, I had to add that some of it was around Halloween, so I was watching lots of scary movies. And I was also smoking a ton of pot, so both of these things may have been an effect of my psyche. But also these feelings never happened anywhere else around this time. I started to kind of bring it up to the dancers that would drive me home. One said the back room also creeped her out, but didn't go into any detail. So one night after closing, I was carrying a box of extra glasses into the back room, and I heard the most terrifying sound of my life. It was like from a horror film, like a long screech, almost like electronic music but just one tone, almost like a chainsaw that reverberated around the entire floor and walls. I dropped a box, screamed, and ran out to the floor. The bartender said he had heard a noise as well, but not as loud as me, and without vibrating floor walls, and started checking the sound system, telling me some of the music equipment had probably just started fucking up. This happened at least 5 more times when I worked there. Sometimes other people heard it, sometimes just me. Always when I was walking into the back room. Twice when I walked into the back room, the light would flicker off and would be replaced with a red glow, like someone had put a red light bulb. Both times that had happened, I ran out, got the bartender. They would check and the light would be totally dead, not working. After a while I was constantly shaken and didn't want to tell him every time something happened, since I was afraid he would think I was crazy. After the noise and the red light, I would never go to the back room, even when I should have been cleaning it. One time I was standing in the hall between the dancer's room and the back room, half-heartedly sweeping the floor and staring into the back room. I was starting to feel the panic in my chest, and I kept telling myself to look away and look into the dressing room, but I couldn't stop staring. like I was transfixed, and in the corner of my eye I saw a reflection in a mirror, set up leaning against a dresser in the back room. I forced my head to look and I saw, in the mirror, 2 legs in black ripped tights, floating about a foot from the floor, swaying back and forth. I threw the broom, screamed as loud as I could and ran to the bar. I was convinced one of the dancers had hung herself in that room. I could see it so clearly in my mind. Of course, when we went back there was nothing. One of the dancers was convinced that the room was haunted and I was seeing a ghost. She thought maybe someone had killed herself back there. She wanted to get me and some of her friends to do a Ouija board about the bar and the ghost, but I was too terrified. Around all this happening, I felt I was losing my mind. I was having panic attacks, migraines, sleeping with my lights on, was terrified of my shadow, and carried pepper spray everywhere I went. I may have just been a combination of everything in my life, sleeping weird hours, grad school, dealing with my own personal problems. But I've always been a high-stress person who's worked a lot more stressful jobs since then, and I have never experienced anything like that ever in my life. About a week after I saw the legs in the mirror, I was working one more shift before taking a week off to do some research for the grad class and going on a long weekend trip with my girlfriend. This was near Halloween, so the club had kind of gone all out and had goofy decorations and costumes. I usually dressed in all black anyway, and tried not to wear anything too sexy or distracting, so customers would mostly leave me alone and concentrate on the dancers. So this day I just wore a black skirt and t-shirt, but had my face painted like a Mortez sugar skull. It was mostly white with jewels, and it was fucking rad. Since I was so freaked out all the time in the club, I started asking if I could leave around midnight and watch Catch the Last Bus. But this night my friends were meeting me to drink at the club after my shift. I was near the end of my shift and was taking off my apron in the dressing room and leaned over to the dancer's mirror to check my makeup. And that is the last thing I remember, until I was being shaken awake by one of the bouncers with a friend and my girlfriend by my side. I was in a haunted back room laying on the couch, and my face painted was completely smeared all over my face. They said I had disappeared for about 45 minutes until they went looking for me and found me asleep, and had been trying to shake me awake for almost 2 minutes. I was completely hysterical. I had no idea what had happened. My clothes weren't disturbed, my tip money was still on my apron, and there was almost no way anyone had been back here all night. I was almost afraid I had been drugged, but right after this event I went to the doctor, knowing health insurance, so this was a big deal to me, and got checked out and had them give me an MRI since I was afraid I could have a brain tumour or something that made me lose my mind. They suggested I speak to a psychologist. After that night, I had to quit the job and never went back. Besides those horrible events, I loved working there and made a lot of friends, but I obviously lost my mind, and once I left, I never felt any of those feelings or saw anything like that ever again. Number 8. I'm going to be super legit in this story, but I've changed all the names and some minor details that I cannot be identified, so please don't dox me, because as you'll read, there is someone out there looking for me and I do not want to be found. I've been working for a few years for this really great company in Phoenix. I started as a file clerk while in college, but my boss took a liking to me and offered me a full-time position in the company after I graduated with a very nice salary. So I recently bit the bullet and put my life savings into a very cute pre-World War II cottage bungalow in a safe, picturesque, historic neighbourhood downtown, a short walk from my office. The house has been remodelled beautifully with a new kitchen and bathrooms with a chrome fixtures and a clawfoot bathtub. The hardwood floors are original, as are the steel casing windows with the old original glass. It also had a working wood fireplace. I was so lucky with my new house, because my realtor's best friend was also a realtor, and she told her about the house, so I made an offer after looking at it, and the seller took it without ever putting it on the market. I felt like I'd stolen it because of its location, and the fact that the seller, a single man in his 50s, had parted with it so easily. He never counter-offered or had any demands. probably the easiest real estate transaction ever. Pretty early on after moving in, I was cooking dinner after work when I heard a knock on the door. I checked the ornate metal peephole and there was an elderly, slender white gentleman on my porch. He was dressed in grass-stained old jeans and a flannel shirt. He looked like a haggard and sweaty, like he'd worked on a farm. He had a vacant look in his eyes and wasn't very friendly when I greeted him. I couldn't understand him that well either. He mumbled and spoke low and said, "I used to own this house." He knew things about the house, so he must have lived here at some point, but he wasn't friendly about it. In fact, he said he would mow my front yard for $20. It was getting dark and I didn't want to talk to his creepy ass anymore, so I just said, "No, you don't have to do that. Why don't I see what I have and maybe you can come back tomorrow and tell me more about the house?" He just stood there, so I turned to get my purse to get him some money. When I turned back to the doorway, he was gone. I stood there for a second like a dumb shit with the money in my hand. I figured he had been angry that I said no and he'd begun to walk away from the door, so I poked my head out farther, but he wasn't on the porch. I walked down to the driveway to see if he was by the side of the house, but he wasn't there either. It was weird, but whatever. I had a housewarming party after moving in and had all my friends over. Everyone was having a good time except for my friend Katie. I noticed she was only hanging out outside. I went outside to clean up some cups in the backyard and Katie was out there smoking a cigarette alone. She gave me some bullshit about having to leave, and when I complained that she had just gotten there and we hadn't had a chance to talk yet, she grabbed my arm and looked at me very seriously and then said, "There's an old man in there." I didn't understand, so I jokingly told her that there were a couple of old men in my house right now, but she didn't laugh. Another night, I had my friend Nathan over, and we were, in my bed, I was on top, and just enjoying myself, when I began to notice that every time I would moan, I could hear someone else moaning through my bedroom wall. It freaked me out so much that I hopped off and ceased all activity. Putting on my robe, I asked Nathan if he heard the ghost moans, and he looked at me like I was crazy. He had no idea what I was talking about. A few weeks later, I had been all excited to use my new home's wood-burning fireplace, so I had Nathan over again. We were drinking wine by the fire, like fancy people, when we heard a buzzing noise coming from the fireplace. I leaned over to the fire to see where the buzzing was coming from, when suddenly, as I am laser focused on inspecting the fire, 6 big black carpenter bees fly out of the fire right past my face and into my living room. As soon as I realised that these are bees flying out of the fire, I screamed and ran out of the house, abandoning Nathan to his fate. 2 minutes later, Nathan comes running out holding a flaming log. He lifts it over his head and throws it on my front lawn. As soon as the log hits the ground, it splits open, and a swarm of black bees come flying out. The experience with the weird old guy, the ghostly 6 moans, and these fucking fire bees all had me freaked out. So I was like, I need a roommate. I asked around and my friend Kelly said that she needed a place, so I offered her the front bedroom. One night after Kelly moved in, we were walking home from our favourite bar after last call, and we almost made it back to my house, when we noticed this guy walking behind us, about 2 streets back. It was late and dark, and we were in a very quiet neighbourhood, which rarely has car traffic in it due to its many annoying speed bumps, so he seemed slightly out of place. He had on dark jeans, a grey hoodie, with the hood up, and he was coming up on us pretty quickly. Me, being my dumb, good girl self, was all like, "Oh, it's nothing, don't worry." But Kelly was smarter, or maybe just drunker than me, and she took off running. I stopped walking and laughed at her, running away from me at a full sprint. Then I turned and looked back to see what the guy behind us was doing. Suddenly, he starts running towards me. It was like a flight or fight response, and I just instinctively started to run too. Kelly was still running ahead of me. I could hear his footsteps slapping the pavement behind me, but they didn't seem to be close. This dude was running hard. I was too afraid to turn back to see where he was. I was trying to formulate a plan, but all I could hear was his footsteps getting closer and closer until it was all I could hear. and I knew he would be at my back in a few seconds. Up ahead, Kedley suddenly jerked to the right after passing a row of tall orleans lining the corner yard in the first house on our street. I remember thinking, oh no, she's leading him into our house and we're going to have to fight this guy. I started to hear the swishing of his jeans as he came up behind me. As soon as I turned to the right to follow Kelly down our street, I was tackled from behind and taken down to the ground on the wet grass in front of the yard of our house. As I was falling, time felt like it slowed down, and I mentally prepared myself to go wild on this dude. But as soon as I hit the ground, my kicks and punches began connecting with air. There was no one there. It seemed I had just tripped and fallen. I was laying in the yard by myself, drunk and dumbfounded. I looked behind me. The running man had vanished. Still terrified, I got up quickly and ran down to my house. Kelly had made it to her front porch and was waiting for me. "He's gone, he's gone. He's gone, he's gone," I whisper yelled to her as I ran up to her. We quickly went into the house and kept all the lights off, peeking out the living room window for the running man, but we never saw him again. A few weeks later, it was late at night and Kelly and I were chilling watching Handmaid's Tale when we heard a knock on the door. It was my neighbour Karen, so I invited her in, but she didn't seem happy. I asked her what was up and she asked me if I was about to go for a run. I'm like, no, why? "Well, I just talked to your friend who runs with you," Karen said. I was confused. "Who?" Karen continued with concern in her voice. I didn't get his name. He was just outside looking through your window when I came to take out the trash. I asked him what he was doing and he said he was waiting for you guys to come out. He said you'd go running with him." Immediately, I thought of the running man who had chased us down the street and then disappeared. I asked Karen to describe him, and she said he was wearing a grey hoodie. I asked her what happened to him, and she said she didn't think he was her friend, so he came right over and knocked on her door. When she turned back to look for him, he was gone. I called the police. I told them about being harassed by this guy, and the board dispatcher took all the info I had. I asked for an officer to come by to take our statements and look around. I felt like if Running Man saw the police at our house, he may leave us alone. Kelly and I waited all night. We saw a police car drive up and then back down the street and then park at the end, sit for 5 minutes and then take off. The next morning, I called the Phoenix PD and filed a complaint, but I've never heard anything back from them to this day. A few weeks after this incident, I was doing some yard work and I went to look at the side of the house the Running Man was caught peeping into, and right in front of my bedroom window on the ground were 4 fresh cigarette butts. Kelly recently moved out last month, and it just terrifies me to come home to this place alone. I can't sleep and now have awful sleep paralysis nightmares, where someone is trying to get into the house, where I dream of blackness with just sound of human screams. I can't take it anymore. I want to be able to use this house for my future family. But now, honestly, I just want out of this house. I'm afraid the Running Man will come back and murder me instead of just watching me from the windows at night. I'm afraid of the nightmares and the bees and noises. I just feel like this house is almost cursed or something. Now I know why the previous owner never put it on the market, but wanted to sell it so quickly. Because now I want to do the same. Number 9. Made this account purely to participate because I have a recent weird experience. The story is from about 2 months ago. I have no clear explanation for what the hell happened, and it took me 3 attempts to work myself up to remembering it, and enough detail to write it down. So, here it goes. My husband and I are moderately unambitious hikers, as in we enjoy going for a bit of a hill climb in the morning and then visiting a local brewery or something in the afternoon. In about mid-August of this year, we decided to head over to a nearby Civil War battlefield. We live in Virginia. About 85% of our parks seem to have been Civil War battlefields, so this is not considered a strange thing to do at all. A friend of ours and our 2 kids are visiting from Arizona, so we invite them along. The group is composed of me, the husband, our friend who I'll call Sarah, and her 2 children, Tyler, who is 14, and Alicia, who is 11. We set off on one of the marked trails, but it's more difficult than we had planned. We scramble up and down about 3 heavily wooded hills, about 40 degrees incline up and down, on trails that are eroding pretty badly thanks to all the recent rain. We stop at the bottom of the hill, number 3, looking up at hill number 4 from a bridge over a creek, to catch our breath. Sarah and her husband are both trying to stay positive. Alicia is huffing and starting to whine, and Tyler clearly thinks we're all idiots and wishes he were anywhere else. Admittedly, he's a 14-year-old boy, so he always seems to be on the verge of this attitude. While Sarah and the husband are working to rally the troops, I am retying my boot and craning my neck to see if there's a secondary trail that's a bit less vertical we could follow. At which point, I see him. Now, it should be noted that we have seen no other hikers until this point. This is a little unusual as this park is not far from town. It's accessible through our neighbourhood and we've seen several dog walkers on the way in. However, we've taken what is clearly more of a nature trail than the flatter, better maintained historic trail to the battlefield and cemetery. So I'm not initially concerned by the appearance of this new person. Quite the opposite actually. I've been worrying for the past 30 to 40 minutes that we've lost the normal hiking trail and have been mistakenly following temporary stream cuts over hill and dale. In my newfound enthusiasm, I wave at the figure, who's too far away from me to make out features except they are wearing what I think are dark long trousers and a long sleeve shirt. As I do, my husband says, "Honey, who are you waving at?" I turn and see the guy, pointing at the top of the hill, but he's no longer visible. I shrug it off, thinking he must have started down the trail. We finally make it to level ground about 20 minutes later. The trees are even beginning to thin out as we walk along a long ridge. We stop for another breather, water break, at the first historical placard we've seen at the park. As Sarah reads aloud about General whomever and his exploits in 1860 something, I notice Tyler standing about 5 feet away looking back down the path. I wander over to check on him. "Who's that?" he asked me as I got close, pointing down the trail. "He's acting weird," Tyler says. I remember feeling my scalp shrink up a bit under my hair as I say, trying to sound unconcerned and like the responsible adult in the situation. "Weird how?" Tyler says, "I think he's crawling or something. Look." Now I really don't want to look, but there's still a possibility that Tyler may be fucking with me because he's bored and 14. So I look. And I don't see whoever Tyler is pointing at for a minute, until I look at the ground near where the trail levels off at the top of the hill, where there's a dark man-shaped thing laid out on the ground, kind of belly crawling. This is the point when I realise 2 things. 1, I cannot make out any features of this person, not clothes, not face, nothing. They're just uniformly dark, like they're perpetually in a shadow, even while they are crawling across the sunnier parts of the trail. And 2, we need to not be in the woods anymore, as I turn to Tyler to tell him to move for the visible battlefield area, where there are also several tour groups and dog walkers visible. My husband Sarah and Alicia suddenly join us, having noticed we were not participating in the historical marker read-along. The husband asks me what's up, and I say, quietly so nobody panics, "We need to head out. That guy is creeping me out." My husband squints down the trail and says, "What guy?" I look. Dude is still there. He's paused in the belly, crawling, and is kind of concealed by some bush. And he still looks like he's in a shadow, but he is visible. The guy crawling towards us, I say, sure this will convince my suddenly unobservant husband that shit is not right. The husband squints right at the guy, clearly does not see him, and looks at me confused. Tyler, proving that all my bad assumptions about teen boys are wrong in this case, sensibly decides that he's not going to wait around for the adults to sort this out. He takes his sister's hand, which I've never seen him do by the way, and I've known this kid since he was 10, and starts walking quickly towards the sunlight and non-shadow people, Saro follows them immediately without a word to us, at which point the man's shadow starts crawling towards us again. I'm done, needless to say. The woods, which has had me feeling very cool and nice on a hot August day, now seems clammy, cold, and inexplicably quiet. I drag my husband along with me without explanation, as it's clear he still isn't seeing the crawling man or whatever the hell it is. We make it out into the maintained sunny battlefield, almost at a run. I do not look back until we are very clear of the woods and in glaring sunlight with many non-shadow people nearby. I cannot see the man in the trees. The tree line we have just emerged from appears extremely dark in contrast with the bright, sunny field. But I can't shake the feeling that he's still back there, just past where I can see. I don't want to freak anyone out more, especially Sarah and Alicia. Both of them are notorious scaredy cats, like Sarah almost threw up in terror on the Haunted Mansion ride at Disney World. So I didn't say anything, I just watched the woods very closely as we explore the battlefield. The biggest problem now is that to get back to the parking lot, we have to go back into said woods. Luckily, the trail from the historical area is not the one we were on and is much wider, flatter, shorter and full of people. I make the executive decision to behave like a herd animal and manage to chat our way into amongst one of the tours of Civil War buffs. We all walk off together towards the parking lot, without incident, but I do note that Tyler is again sticking close to his mother and sister and is not objecting to having to move at our new group's slow pace. Once we get to the car, everything seems fine. The pressing feelings are gone. It's just the Virginia woods in August again. We wait for most of the group to climb into cars as we say our goodbyes. We're towards the end of the queue, following one couple in a big SUV down the one gravel road out of the park. Suddenly the SUV slams on the brakes and we almost rear-end them. And then they sit there in front of us, on the only road out of the park, for no discernible reason, for several minutes. Finally, the chorus of annoyed horns behind us seem to snap them out of it and they start driving again. We follow, and as they exit the park, they pull over. My husband decides to check and see if they're okay, because he's a genuinely nice person. He pulls up and rolls down my window. The driver rolls his down and my husband asks if everything's okay. Sure, the driver says, but boy, that guy crawling across the road about scared the life out of me. At which point I heard Tyler say hell no from the back seat behind me. I feel sweat popping out along the small of my back despite the AC. My husband says, what man? The SUV driver, who I think looks pale and kind of freaked out, but that could be me reading into the situation, says, you didn't see him? A guy in dark clothes, army crawled across the road in front of us. You didn't see him go into the bush on the side of the road? No, says my husband. I'm on the verge of hyperventilating at this point. Seeing this, my husband wraps up the conversation with a comment like, huh, so weird. Well, if everything's okay, then we'll just be going. Then he rolls up the window and drives damn fast out of that neighbourhood. We compare notes that afternoon, carefully so as to keep Alicia and Sarah calm. Tyler and I saw the Shadow Man, whom Tyler independently described as a man-shaped shadow, crawling towards us on that last ridge. Sarah would not admit to seeing anything though. She seemed extremely uneasy for the rest of the day and would not let any of us mention it to Alicia. But again, she might have just picked up on the vibe of the rest of the group. My husband didn't see anything, but did note how quiet the woods had been for the last 5 to 10 minutes of our hike. I have not the slightest clue if what we saw was a very messed up person trying to scare us, or something supernatural. But I can tell you, I will not be hiking that particular park anytime soon. Number 10. 2 years ago, I got severely, awfully sick, probably the flu. I didn't go to work for the entire week. It was all I could do, just keep myself drinking liquids and soup and shuffling to bed. The worst part was my husband was travelling for business, so I was all alone, just me and our sweet black cat Libby. I was so sick that even watching a movie felt like too much effort, so during the day I was just lying in bed, dozing in and out, sometimes looking at Calvin and Hobbes books. Libby was with me, sitting on the bed next to me the whole time. The second or third afternoon, while lying there, I suddenly and very clearly heard strange noises, like someone wheezing and shuffling around, since the room had been completely silent with no music or TV. I could hear it perfectly. It sounded like whatever was making the noise was in the room with me, so as soon as I heard it, I sat up and looked around, my heart pounding. Nothing. Just my bedroom. But Libby was also sitting up and her ears were perked, so it was clear she could hear it too. Libby started loudly meowing and hissing, as if in response to the noises, and I could no longer clearly make them out. I should mention here that ever since we moved to that house about 6 months ago, Libby had started acting strange in ways she never had before, sometimes making loud meowing hissing noises like for no apparent reason. We had taken her to the vet because this behaviour was so unlike her, but they couldn't find anything wrong and said maybe she was feeling anxious from the move, and to give it some time. We would often find her upset and meowing and hissing when we came home from work, and it would be a while until she settled down. Libby left the bedroom and went to the kitchen, still making those noises, and didn't stop making noises in there for at least an hour. I was freaked out, but also really sick and tired, and somehow I ended up just falling asleep. When I woke up, all was quiet again, and Libby was sleeping in the bed next to me. You might think those noises would have made me too scared to stay there, but I somehow convinced myself it was nothing, just the house settling or something like that. I was too tired and out of it to think about it, and I basically was like, whatever it was, I'm sure it's nothing. I don't believe in ghosts, and I tend not to get too scared about stuff. So I was just like, don't get worked up, it's nothing. I didn't even mention it to my husband when he texted to ask me how I was doing. Plus, I was so tired and out of it, and willing to just sleep. The next day, however, about mid-morning, I was awake in bed, kind of petting Libby and not really thinking about anything, when I see her go alert and her ears stick up. Then I hear it too. Noises. Really astonishingly clear this time, like it was in the room with me, of something moving, what sounded like laboured breathing. Wheezing. This time the hair on my arm all stood up because it sounded so close and so human. Libby starts hissing and meowing again loudly and incessantly without stopping. I get out of bed and start getting dressed, not even sure what my next move was going to be, honestly, except that I was really and truly freaked out now. When suddenly, clear as day, a male voice says loudly and angrily, "Shut the fuck up, you piece of shit." That is it. I grab still hissing Libby and put her in the carrier, grab my purse and run out the door, not stopping until I get to my car in the driveway. Then I book it out of there. I almost hyperventilate. I'm so scared. I call my husband and tell him what happened, and then I check into a hotel. My husband called his 2 brothers who live in the same town, and they went to our house to see if they could find anyone there or anything like that. Nothing, and no noises. One of them said maybe I was having an auditory hallucination from being so sick. I stay at the hotel until my husband returns a few days later. But before he picks me up, he decides to go to the house with his brothers to do one more thorough examination, because he believes me that it wasn't an auditory hallucination. The 3 of them look at my room, even under the beds, and see no sign of anyone being there or forced entry. Then eventually one of them gets the idea to check the crawl space. There, they do not find anyone, but they do find blankets, pillows, empty chip bags, pornography magazines, and liquor bottles, some of which were empty and some filled with urine. We had actually had the crawl space completely redone after the inspection, so it had LED lights all along the inside and pretty well insulated with plastic from any water. So as soon as they turned on the lights, they could see someone had been there. It looked like most of his items were positioned under the side of our bedroom and the kitchen. That's why the noises seemed so near. because they really were. They called the police, who came over and wrote a report and took pictures. We decided to stay with my husband's brother family for a while, as I was too freaked out to stay at our house. At the advice of the cops, my husband set up a hidden camera in the crawl space to see if the guy will come back. He doesn't for several days, to the point where we think he must have somehow known his spot has been found. Even though we tried to put everything back how it was, then footage. My husband watched it and I couldn't bear to. Instead of sitting beside him and listening, he says, "Oh my god, I know him, look." So I do. It's the assistant of the guy who renovated our crawl space. I remember him because they were there for over a week working on it, and even back then he gave me the creeps. Turns out, once the cops pursued it from here and arrested him, he'd been fired from the job not long after assisting with our house. He didn't tell his family about it, and was instead spending his days, at least sometimes, in the crawl space of the house he helped renovate. To think Libby was trying to tell us all along. Number 11. This just happened a few months ago and blew my mind. My elderly aunt, who's 90 years old, was not doing well. I was staying at a nearby hospital when one night I woke out of a deep sleep. I look at my clock and it's blinked 4 AM. Not thinking anything of it, I rolled over and immediately fell back asleep. The next thing I know, I'm in a very vivid dream where I'm sitting in my kitchen holding a baby girl. In the dream, I'm consciously aware that it's still 4 AM, so I'm awkwardly cradling and shushing this baby as not to cry and wake up my parents. Suddenly, there was a knock on the kitchen door, and two men in 1950s style suits, fedoras and pencil-thin moustaches were standing outside. Without saying a word, I opened the door and gave the newborn to them, then watched as they walked down the driveway into darkness. I woke up the next morning and immediately remembered everything about the dream. I went down to the kitchen where my mother greeted me with the bad news. Her aunt passed away last night at 4 AM. My brother is a mortician at a facility in New York, and one night when I was visiting, he asked if I wanted to go to work with him so I wouldn't be alone in his house. I reluctantly said yes. What's the worst that can happen, right? Boy, was I wrong. To start off with, this place was creepy as hell, dark and smelled funny. He said it was normal and it was probably the smell of the formaldehyde, so I just ignored it. After a little time of chit-chatting and catching up, he told me he needed to get to work, but I could stay in the little adjoined office and watch some TV, and so I did. The entrance to the morgue had swinging doors that you could hear when someone was coming in or out of them. He came to check on me a few times, so I heard them. After a few hours of being by myself, I started to doze off, when the sudden sound of the doors woke me up. Expecting for my brother to walk in and greet me, there was nothing. Again I started to fall asleep, and yet again the loud doors went off. You couldn't tell if someone was coming in or out, but they kept on swinging and didn't stop. Thinking my brother was playing a joke on me, I got up and went to tell him to stop, but to my surprise, there was only a little girl standing there, playing with the doors, pushing them. "Hi," I told her. She looked at me and didn't say a word. One of the things that caught my eye was a pretty blue dress with a big pink ribbon she was wearing. "Your dress is pretty, and the bow makes it stand out." Again, nothing. She looked down and started to run the opposite way, towards a lonesome hall. I thought the kid belonged to another employee, so I went back to my chair. Hours later, when my brother's shift was over, he finally woke me up to go back to his place. As we were driving, I started to tell him about the doors and the little girl with the cute blue dress and big pink ribbon. He slammed the brakes. "What the hell? Why did you brake?" "Tessa," he told with a chilling look in his eyes. Last night I did an autopsy on a little girl that drowned. She was wearing a blue dress with a pink ribbon. My blood ran cold and I've never been able to work with my brother ever again. Number 2. Well, at night it can be a little creepy when you have to go to the morgue. One night myself and a co-worker were taking someone down to the morgue. Now let me explain. Our morgue is a little freezer box that is in the basement and smells horrible. Plus it has a ramp to get into it. So she and I wheel the body down there and we push it up the ramp and then we argue over who is going to push the body in. Of course I lose, so I swing the freezer door open, push in the body and slam the door shut. We start to fill out our paperwork when we both look up at each other and she says to me, "Did you hear that?" I said, I think so. We both turned and looked directly at the door and got cold chills as the hair on our arms were standing straight up. It sounded like someone was crying out for help from inside the freezer. We both looked at each other and with tremendous fear we ran out. Days later I was telling one of my friends, who is also a nurse on our floor, about the story. She tells me that she had similar things happen to her in the morgue as well. To this day I will not go alone and I try to get out there as fast as I can. Number 3. I used to work in tissue recovery. My least favourite part was prepping the donor for the recovery process, as it included shaving the arms and legs. Once we had a donor who was very freshly deceased. I held his hand to shave his arm, and his fingers curled around my hand as rigor mortis set in. Number 4. My first experience at work was when I first started my embalming career. I had just started my shift and was using a restroom in the back. When I came out, I heard what sounded like a girl sobbing and the sound of feet shuffling around on the floor. The floor was kinda gravelly and had a distinct sound if you scooted your feet on it. The sound was coming from around the corner that led into a small room where we would store embalmed bodies ready to be delivered to the respective funeral home. I figured someone was upset and crying, so I snuck in, still hearing the sobbing. When I peeked around the corner, the room was empty. No living person in there. I noticed that there was only one body in there as well, a young girl. She shot herself in the side of the head. I wasn't scared per se, but I'm pretty sure you could audibly hear my heart beat. Number 5. When I go to work, that is all for me. It's just a job. I've really never had any feelings for the people I've worked on, since that's what I've been there to do, and of course, I didn't know them. But this particular day has been embedded in my head ever since. I had done countless autopsies before without a problem, but came the day I was dreading. An autopsy on a child. It was a kid no older than a year old or so. It was really hard since I have a kid myself. As I worked on him, I was getting ready to wrap things up. I turned around and standing right there was a woman sobbing. I assumed it was the mother and I told her she couldn't be there. I asked her how she got in, but no response. She left the room and a few minutes later another body came on the stretcher. It was the woman I had just seen. I guess she wanted to make sure the baby was okay. To this day no one believes me, but I know what I saw. Number 6. This happened to me in a period of about a month or so. One of the hardest things I have to do in my line of duty is letting the family members in to identify the bodies. One particular day, I had to let some parents to identify their son who had passed in a car crash. Their daughter waited outside. The lady couldn't handle the pain of seeing her son that way, so she broke out and I told her daughter to take her to the bathroom. Not even 5 minutes later, they both came back and tell me that they heard the young man's voice while they were in the stalls. I didn't know what to say, but I reassured her that he had passed away. A few days after the incident, I stayed in my office past midnight, when the lights started to flicker. Ignoring this, I kept working, when I heard a loud "help me" coming from inside one of the freezers. The same freezer where I had put the young man a few days ago. "Help me," I heard again. "I'm Jacob," the voice said. As astonished as I was to hear this, and yes, the man's name was indeed Jacob, I froze in my tracks and decided to open the door, as I suspected nothing was there but an empty slab. Blaming this on my lack of sleep, I went back to work and nothing happened until the following night. I went to the man's room, which is across the hall from the morgue, and while I was doing my business, a loud shriek came from the room, and yet again, "Help me, I'm Jacob." I came out as fast as I could and nothing was there. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if I had have asked Jacob what he needed help with. Number 7. I was heading home after a long night at work. I was exhausted. It had been a pretty heavy day. I don't know how I managed to get home, but I did. I'd worked on a young woman that night. She had caught my attention since she had these beautiful green eyes. That night at my apartment, I kept having dreams about that woman. I don't know why. I kept seeing her running from something or someone, but I couldn't see who it was. After a while of running after her, I finally caught up to her and I asked her what she was running from. She told me, "I'm running from my boyfriend, he wants to kill me." And the last thing I remember was seeing those big green eyes fade away in front of me. When I woke up the next day, the same woman was on my TV screen. They were looking for a boyfriend in connection with her murder. I never really told anyone about my experience, but I will never forget those beautiful big green eyes. Number 8. At times your imagination goes wild, especially if this is the first year working at a morgue, and here is my experience. Sure, just like any other person, I enjoy horror movies, but I never thought of them as being real, especially when it comes to the supernatural. There had been a big accident somewhere nearby. I live in a small town, and it was the 3rd month working there. So being one of the newbies, I had to show I was able to do this. It was a pile-up, and there were several bodies at once in the morgue. Since some of them came in as, pieces, and we had to put them back together like a puzzle. I don't want to get morbid, so I'll skip this part. After a long while of trying to figure things out, some of the other guys decided to go on a break. I decided to stay since I really didn't know them. I kept working, and I actually thought I saw a forearm with a tattoo move a little bit. I thought to myself that it was my imagination, so I kept working. Next thing I know, I saw it move again. I decided to hell with it and kept looking at it, but nothing happened. I actually felt silly. I saw it move for a 3rd time, and this time it really did move. Right there in front of my eyes. But how can this be possible? My co-workers busted through the doors and didn't say anything. Sometime later, one of them approached me and told me, "Hey man, you got it wrong." I got what wrong? That piece, that arm, it doesn't belong to that body. Huh? See, this forearm goes over there. It belongs to that body. I had actually made the mistake of misplacing the parts, and I guess I know it's silly to say. Maybe the arm was trying to tell me something. Here's my story. 16, black, and have a family down in Alabama. They farm and own a huge amount of land down in Huntsville. My uncle owns a big house and a bunch of trailers they put out in the woods for hunting or camping. Down south, cousins suggest that we go out there to camp. No, I'm a city kid from Chicago, so they tease the fuck out of me. Collect food, kill a pig and some chickens, and bring necessities to camp out for a few days.
We get to the camp and it's obvious something is weird. Air has the weird electric smell, like right before a storm, like ozone. We think nothing of it and unpack and go down to a little creek to swim for a few hours. All of a sudden, some older white guy and a white teenager come out of the bushes. He has a shotgun in the crook of his arm and says hello, and asks us what we are doing this far back in the woods. Tell him about my uncle, who he knows, and says we are camping out. He tells us we need to be real careful out here and stick together. There was a big animal in the woods. His son, who is my age, asks if he can stay and hang out with us. He says okay. I'm going to stop green texting because the story is fairly long and the format is harder to write in. So we end up playing football, dicking around with me. There's this white kid Tanner, 5 of my cousins, and then 4 of their friends. In total, there were 5 girls and 6 boys. We all were around 15 to 17. We ended up just dicking the day away, so we head back to the camp and pulling out some stuff for a campfire, even though the trailers both had kitchenettes. Tanner says that his family's property sits up against my uncle's. He wants to run home and ask his dad if he can come out camping with us. My cousin Rooster says he's going to go with him since it's going to get dark soon. One of the girls also wanted to tag along. It's about 7 o'clock and it's starting to get pretty dark. They take flashlights and take the trail towards Tan's property. The rest of us chill, we make s'mores, drink and kiss on the other girls. About 30 or 40 minutes later, there's a smell of ozone again. You could smell it over the smell of the fire we had started. This really nasty, coppery smell, like right after you've had a nosebleed and it's stopped. It wasn't exactly like dried blood, but was the nasty, metallic, back of your throat smell. We immediately think that it's some kind of electrical malfunction, or someone left a hot plate on or some shit. We search the trailers and nothing is on, and we can smell it. All of a sudden, we can hear people booking down the path towards us, and Rooster, Tan and the girl all come running into the clearing, out of breath. And they don't even break stride, they all run into the trailer right by where the fire is. We all get the fuck out of there and into the trailers. They end up calming down, even Rooster is crying his fucking eyes out at this point. All the while, the fire is guttering lower and lower, so my other cousins say fuck it, and are about to go outside to get the generator out of the shed between the trailers. Tanner goes, fuck no, lock the front door, ain't nobody else going outside. He's been crying too, and his eyes are bloodshot and puffy, and his pants are dirty as shit. He goes on to tell us that they went up to the house. His father said sure, he could go out camping, but to make sure they were careful on the way back, and that maybe they should take one of the hunting rifles just in case. Evidently, Tanner had seen something in their yard a few days before. One of their pigs had come up, ripped and half-eaten. They assumed it was just some big cat or coyote, even though they didn't usually fuck with live animals. He had gone upstairs and packed his stuff, and told his dad it would be okay without the rifle because coyotes avoid people, so they started walking back towards where they were camping. So Rooster finally stops crying and shaking. The girl already had, but she was just staring out of the window with a dumb look on her face. He says they had gotten halfway into the woods, towards the camp, when they started to hear shit in the forest. It was almost pitch black by this time, so they weren't sure at first what the fuck it was. The girl says that she heard something in the bushes right off the trail, and they all beamed their flashlights over there, and there was someone standing back in the woods in a little hollow. Rooster said they shouted at him, and told him that he was scaring the fuck out of them, and what a dick he was. He says that when he realised that the guy was facing away from them, so they keep walking, and they start smelling the nasty coppery ozone smell. They say that they look off into the forest on the opposite side, and it's a dude standing there, backwards slightly closer to the path. So now they start power walking, and Tan keeps going. I should have taken a fucking rifle. As they're telling the story, the smell is still super strong even inside the cabin. They say that after they started walking faster, a kind of low gibbering had started coming from both sides of the woods. And as they started booking it back to the trailer, the girl said she had flashed her flashlight out into the woods to the side of them and had seen something jerking itself through the woods. The gibbering just got louder and louder, and when they could see the light from their campfire, something had come out of the woods about 40 yards behind them onto the track, and they had just flat out ran as hard as they could to the trailer. So we're out in the fucking woods, and we're assuming at this point it's some rednecks or some shit trying to fuck with us. All of a sudden, my other cousin, Junior, starts going on about how he went to school with a native kid who was telling him about the goat man or some shit. We promptly tell him to shut the fuck up because we don't need any spooky talk right now. But he just kept going on about how it's this fucking goat man, and how we're in his woods and yada yada yada. Now at the time, I had never heard of the goat man or anything like that. But then a couple years ago, the year before I graduated from college, I had a minimum for a roommate and I ended up asking him about it. And to sum it up, it's basically a fucking man with a head of a goat and he can shapeshift, and he gets among groups of people to terrorize them. It's also supposed to be a kind of like Wendigo, and it's a bad mojo to even talk about it, and even worse if you see it. Keep in mind, I didn't know this back when I was 16. So my cousin is going, the goat man's going to get in and fucking get us. The girls are all terrified, and my cousins and I are all fucking trying to figure out if it's just some hillbillies or if it's some animal. So all of a sudden, the smell just goes away. Like to this day, I haven't even experienced something like it. Like usually smells fade away or blessing. I just literally was there 1 second, and then the next it wasn't. So it's after an hour, making it around 9 or 10. We've stopped shitting bricks enough to go back outside and stoke the fire again. We figured it was just some assholes trying to fuck with us. So we don't go back home, because we think if we do, they'll chase us through the woods or something, you know? Nothing else weird happens that night, and we stay another night. And for the main part of the night, nothing happens. At about 1 in the morning, we're outside getting drunk and telling ghost stories. As someone is finishing some too spooky story, the smell comes back. It's so fucking strong that one of the girls literally started vomiting. I stand up and you can actually feel how clammy the air is. I see we should get inside and that this isn't right. We should have just fucking left. We all go back inside and we're standing around. My cousin just keeps going on about how it's the fucking goat man. And my cousin Rooster tries to shut him the fuck up, and all the while I'm just feeling that something is wrong, and I can't figure out what the fuck it is. We end up sitting in there for a while. The smell is just as strong, and we're terrified, and all huddled in this camper. We end up cooking brats for everybody because nobody wants to go outside. It's one of those packs with 4 brats. We have a total of 3 packs. I grill them up on the stove and give everybody a hot dog. I get mine. After a while, one of my cousins gets up and goes over to the pot to get another one. He starts grumbling about how I get 2 brats and everybody else only got 1. And I look at him like he's fucking stupid. I tell him that everybody only got 1 because there was only 12 brats. If he wants more, he should open up a new pack and cook some more. That's when the other girl that had been out with Rooster and Tan just starts screaming, "Oh Jesus, oh Lord, get it out!" She's crying and shivering, and then it dawns on the cousin standing up. What the fuck is wrong? Me and Tim both glance around the room, and then I feel my heart fucking sink. I run out of the cabin and a girl runs out with us. The trailer door is banging against the side of the trailer as everybody books it out of the cabin. One of my cousin's friends asks us what the hell was wrong. I start counting us. There's only 11 now. I shit you not, my cousin verified. There had been 12 people in the cabin, but being that everybody didn't really know each other well, nobody had really noticed the whole fucking time that there was an extra person. And then I realised earlier that I kind of noticed something was off. You know how when you're just dicking around having a good time, and that you don't sweat the smallest shit, and you don't always keep track of certain stuff? I am dead sure that someone else had been in the trailer with us, and that they had been there for at least a fucking day eating with us. What makes it worse? I could figure out which one because I don't think anyone ever actually interacted with the other person, the goat man. The girl kept praying to Jesus and we're all sitting outside. Eventually we get a big ass sticks and go back into the cabin. But there's nobody in there. We count again and there's 11 people. We go back into the trailer and lock the door. We explain what the fuck happened, and the girl says that she realised too, and that when he was about to say something, the person sitting next to her had grabbed her leg hard and leaned over toward her and said something she couldn't understand. So we are pretty much scared as fuck as we huddle together, and I fall asleep. When I wake up, the sun is just coming up, and half the people are asleep and the other half are packing our shit up. We all want to walk back home, but like 4 people want to stay until the sun is all the way up, and some people think that we're just fucking around and still want to stay at the trailers. I just want to get the fuck out of the woods. The girl's name was Kira, the one that the goat man had touched. Anyway, I asked her if she really thinks it was something bad, and she says she just wants to go home and she doesn't want to be out in the woods alone for another night. So we decided to split up. The 4 that want to go can go, but I have to stay because I have the keys to the cabin and it's my uncle's and I have to lock up. I'm super pissed at this point because I feel like people aren't taking this shit seriously, and I definitely didn't want to be out in the woods for another night. I spend the rest of the day trying to convince the rest of the people, now 4 girls and 4 guys, to get the fuck out of Dodge. Tanner leaves with them to get a rifle and says he'll be back, so there are just 7 of us left by 4 PM. At around 5 PM, he hasn't made it back yet, and we're getting extremely fucking antsy. And the only reason I stopped begging them to go back was because he went to get a gun. It's about 5:30 PM or so, when the one cousin that did stay says that the girl Kira is outside. We all look outside and sure enough, she's standing by the fire pit with her back to the cabin. I'm thinking to myself, if she was so fucking scared, why the hell would she come back? And then I get this nasty feeling in my gut. Keep in mind, the whole time the coppery smell has been gone. Now I realise I can smell just a twinge of it. I say this to the rest of them and everybody, and there are people that wanted to stay in this fucking woods after we had the goddamn goat man in our midst, is laughing at me and asking if I set this up to scare them. I'm looking at them like, I'm not fucking bullshitting you. I asked them why the fuck I would play like that. So one of the girls goes outside to get Kira. She gets halfway to her and stops cold. Kira starts heaving. I don't know how the fuck to describe it. Sort of like if someone with their back turned was laughing without actually making any sound. It was this fact that made me realise there was not a fucking sound in the whole woods. It was dead silent. This was like later in September, so it was fairly hot at the time, but it was super chilly some days too. And you could usually hear big ass geese honking or some kind of birds or squirrels chit-chatting. So I step outside of the door and tell her to come back in the fucking trailer right now. She backs up into the trailer and we lock the door. We pull down all the shades except one and put a guy there in a chair to watch her. She stands there for another 20 minutes or so. The guy turns to say that she's still there, and there's a huge fucking bang at the door. We all jump up and scramble around the living room of the trailer. The banging is super loud. So now my cousin is holding one of the girls, and the other 2 are kinda giggling with nervous laughter, and me and the other 2 guys are shitting bricks. Then we hear Tan. He's screaming, "Let me the fuck in, stop fucking playing." So we go over to the door and open it, and he stumbles in with a rifle. There's nobody else outside. Evidently, he had walked up to the campsite, nothing weird happened in the forest, but he had seen a girl. Mind you, he said it was not Kira standing there. When he had gotten to the edge of the clearing, she had turned towards him with the slack-jawed look and just stared at him. slowly tracking him as he walked around the outside of the clearing towards the camp. He said it wasn't till he was almost halfway to the trailer he had realised that she was getting closer to him. She started off by the fire. Without him even seeing her move, she had been turning, inching closer. He said he had just ran the rest of the way back to the cabin thinking it would be open, and when he got to the door and it was locked, he turned and it was about half the distance to the door. He looks around the room and then gets super pale. He peers me to the side and whispers in my ear, "You know there are only 7 of us in here, right?" I get that feeling where your stomach drops to your nuts. It had been back inside the trailer while we were sorting out who was going where. And then, when we all went outside to talk earlier in the day, it has just slipped right back in. We looked out the window and there is nobody out there. So we recount everyone, and then basically I go over and ask everyone how many people were here earlier. And everyone says 8. I say, well, how many are here now? They all do the count and then realise there are only 7 people in the cabin. So Tanner brought back a couple boxes of ammo and his rifle, and had told his dad there was some kind of animal in the forest because he didn't think his dad would believe him if he said it was a goat man. He says that his cousin is supposed to be coming down in a few hours, and that in the morning we can all go back to his place and his cousin will drive us home. Now I'm really fucking terrified, but at least feel better because we can be American and shoot the fuck out of whatever it is that comes back. But then my cousin gets into the huge argument with one of the girls because she thinks that I am trying to be funny and prank them, and that she's getting really scared and that I'm not funny. He keeps telling her I'm not that kind of person, and she says, well, how do we know this girl wasn't just Tanner in a wig? And if it's really the goat man, how do we know that it's the real Tanner, and the goat man just didn't kill Tanner in the woods and take his gun? So we get into this huge fucking argument, where me and Tanner are like we could seriously be in danger because at the very least, someone has been sneaking themselves into our fucking trailer without us knowing, and mingling with us. And at worst, something bad is in the forest fucking with us. One of the girls is crying and says she wants to go right now, and we are trying to tell her we shouldn't because none of us are walking through the woods in the middle of the night. At this point, the sun is starting to go down, and it's getting a little cloudy out. We eat something and turn on the radio for a while, but we can't really get a station out there with anything decent. So we turn it off at about the time that Tan's cousin shows up. He was like 19, I think. At this point, the sun is just barely over the horizon, and he has one of those heavy-duty lantern flashlights and another rifle. He walks up to the trailer, and we whisper to Tan, asking if he's sure that's his cousin, and says yes. The guy looks behind him and all around the camp, then walks in. He kind of glances at all of us and looks a little confused. He says, "Where's your other little buddy at? I figured she would meet me at the cabin. Is she a little slow or something?" He also asked whether we had been cooking blood in the cabin, because it smelled like blood and hot pans all the way up the trail. We are all like, fucking nope. But we ask him what he's talking about with the girl he saw. He had come down the same trail Tan had been using, and he had come up on one of you guys' buddies standing in the middle of the trail, look at him slack jaws. He had asked her a bunch of questions, but all she did was just look at him. Then she smiled at him, and he kept walking. She couldn't seem to keep up with him and kept lagging a little behind him. He said he asked her if she was hurt or something, and if she needed any help. But she had continued to stare. Eventually, he had been walking and turned around a bend in the trail, but when he turned around and went back to see if she was okay, the trail was empty. He had assumed that she had taken some shortcut through the woods to her trailer. We tell him the whole story of what's been going on. I half expected him to say we're full of shit, but he just listened and then sat down on the couches in the living room. Tanner's cousin gets back to the girl. He says when she had kept trying to lag behind him, that it kind of weirded him out, so he tried to keep her in front of him. But no matter how slow he walked, she was always lagging a little behind, and that he smelled this nasty smell, and it got stronger as he got to the camp. Eventually, it got really strong. She had said something really low that he didn't quite catch, and when he had turned around, she had been right the fuck up on him, and he stepped back from her. It was at this point he asked her if she was okay, and if she wasn't, him to carry her back the rest of the way, and she just kept staring. He said he reached out for her, as in to grab her on the shoulder, but he must have misjudged the distance because she was off to the side of where he had put his hand, like she had moved while he was looking dead at her. So at this point, we know this shit's real. Unless Tan is playing a joke, which we can tell he's not because he's almost pissing his pants. So they load up their rifles, we eat some more, and we just kind of sit around till about 11. To this day, every time I think about this, I really pray to God that it's some huge prank that my cousins played on me and just never revealed it, so I would shit it for the rest of my life. At around 11, the stink of copper turns into an actual nasty gross blood-like smell, like cooking blood and singed hair. Tan and his cousin, Reese, get the fuck up instantly and grab the rifles. There's like a half knocking, half clawing at the door, and I shit you not, there's this voice. And it sounds like when you see those YouTube cats and dogs whose owners teach them how to talk. It's saying in this halting, weirdly toned voice, "Let me the fuck in, stop fucking playing." It made my nuts creep up against my body, and one of the girls just starts crying and calling on Jesus. I was so fucking obviously not a person talking. It didn't have the right cadence, and that's some shit that I never realised until that moment. But all people have a certain cadence when they talk, no matter what language. All people have a certain kind of rhythm to talking. This shit didn't have any kind of cadence or rhythm. One of those YouTube cats, that is what the fuck it sounded like outside the door. So now I'm in full on terror mode. We keep yelling outside, "Who is it? Stop fucking around, man." And it just keeps saying, "In," or "let me the fuck in," for almost 15 minutes. So then the smell goes away for a while, and for the next hour or so you can hear someone basically creeping around in the woods and shit. Every couple of minutes, they'll come back into the door and say something. Finally, when the smell does fade away, it's around 2 in the morning. Reese says, "Man, fuck this," and opens a door and walks outside with his rifle. He fires a shot into the air. He says something to the effect of, "In the name of Jesus Christ, go away." He fires 2 more times, and then from the woods right up against the river across from the trailer, it sounds like something is slowly gibbering and hooting. Then it starts screaming, and it sounds almost like a woman and a cat in a bag screaming together. Like, I seriously have never heard anything like this. You can hear the brush over that way start to shake. Reese fires over into the tree line and then starts backing into the house. We lock the door and we can hear the shit keening and screaming. Reese says something had come out of the bushes, super low to the ground and crawling towards the cabin. He had shot it. Pretty much, that was how the rest of the night went. It was literally screaming constantly for the next 2 hours, and we could hear shit moving out into the tree line. But it never came back up to the cabin until everyone had finally fallen asleep. Tan had been sitting in a chair watching the door with his rifle. No one else heard or saw this, and he told me 2 days later after the whole thing was over. He said he had been nodding off after the screaming and noises finally stopped, and he had been almost asleep when he saw someone come out of the bathroom and then lay down in the middle of the floor and go to sleep. He just assumed it was one of us, and he had nodded off. Then he said he kind of realised something was wrong, and while pretending to be sleeping, he counted us. There were 9 people in the cabin. He basically didn't want to try shoot at the fucking thing in the cabin and have it kill us all, and there, or have Reese wake up and start shooting, and then we kill ourselves. So he just stayed awake all night pretending to be asleep. He said sometimes it would stand up and kind of do this weird jittery thing, or heave like it was laughing, but then it would just lay back down. The story closes pretty weak, because from my perspective nothing happened. We woke up and I noticed that Tan was a little jittery, and that he was avoiding looking at all of us. But we ate some breakfast, packed up and started walking to his house. He stayed last in the cabin and he said he'd lock up and bring my uncle's keys to just start walking and he'd catch up, which I didn't really want to fucking do. We got a little bit up the path, and when he came running up, basically we just jogged back to the house. His cousin took us home. There was a window in the bathroom. Tan had gone back to lock up and looked in there. We were too stupid to lock a screenless window. The window was fucking up when he went in there. I'm guessing it had been doing that all along, waiting for us to fall asleep or slip up and then getting in among us. It walked with us all the goddamn way back to the house, and then he said it lagged to the back of the group and looked him dead in the eyes before walking into the woods. Number 2. Sunday. I'm not sure why I'm writing this down on paper and not on my computer. I guess I've just noticed some odd things. It's not that I don't trust the computer, I just need to organise my thoughts. I need to get down all the details somewhere objective, somewhere I know that what I write can't be deleted or changed. Not that that's happened. It's just everything blurs together here, and the fog of memory lends a strange cast to things. I'm starting to feel cramped in this small apartment. Maybe that's the problem. I just had to go and choose the cheapest apartment, the only one in the basement. The lack of windows down here makes the day and night seem to slip by seamlessly. I haven't been out in a few days because I've been working on this programming project so intensely. I suppose I just wanted to get it done. Hours of sitting and staring at a monitor can make anyone feel strange. I know, but I don't think that's it. I'm not sure when I first started to feel like something was odd. I can't even define what it is. Maybe I just haven't talked to anyone in a while. That's the first thing that crept up on me. Everyone I normally talk to online while I program has been idle, or they've simply not logged on at all. My instant messages go unanswered. The last email I got from anybody was a friend saying he'd talk to me when he got back from the store, and that was yesterday. I'd call with my cell phone, but reception's terrible down here. Yeah, that's it. I just need to call someone. I'm going to go outside. Well, that didn't work too well. As the tingle of fear fades, I'm feeling a little ridiculous for being scared at all. I looked in the mirror before I went out, but I didn't shave the 2-day stubble I've grown. I figured I was just going out for a quick cell phone call. I did change my shirt though, because it was lunchtime and I guessed that I'd run into at least one person I knew. That didn't end up happening. I wish it did. When I went out, I opened the door to my small apartment slowly. A small feeling of apprehension had somehow already lodged itself in me, for some indefinable reason. I chalked it up to having not spoken to anyone but myself for a day or two. I peered down that clingy grey hallway, made dingier by the fact that it was a basement hallway. On one end, a large metal door led to the building's furnace room. It was locked, of course. 2 dreary soda machines stood by it. I bought a soda from the one the first day I moved in, but it had a 2-year-old expiration date. I'm fairly sure nobody knows those machines are even down here, or my cheap landlady just doesn't care to get them restocked. I closed my door softly and walked the other direction, taking care not to make a sound. I have no idea why I chose to do that, but it was fun giving in to the strange impulse not to break the droning hum of the soda machines, at least for the moment. I got to the stairwell and took the stairs up to the building's front door. I looked through the heavy door's small square window and received quite the shock. It was definitely not lunchtime. City gloom hung over the dark street outside, and the traffic light at the intersection in the distance blinked yellow. Dim clouds, purple and black from the glow of the city, hung overhead. Nothing moved, save the few sidewalk trees that shifted in the wind. I remember shivering, though it wasn't cold. Maybe it was the wind outside. I could vaguely hear it through the heavy metal door, and I knew it was that unique kind of late-night wind, the kind that was consistent, cold and quiet, save for the rhythmic music it made as it passed through countless unseen tree leaves. I decided not to go outside. Instead, I lifted my cell phone to the door and checked the signal meter. The bars filled up the meter and I smiled. Time to hear someone else's voice, I remember thinking, relieved. It was such a strange thing, to be afraid of nothing. I shook my head, laughing at myself silently. I hit speed dial for my best friend Amy's number and held the phone up to my ear. It rang once, but then stopped. Nothing happened. I listened to silence for a good 20 seconds, then hung up. I frowned and looked at the signal meter again, still full. I went to dial her number again. Then my phone rang in my hand, startling me. I put it up to my ear. "Hello?" I asked, immediately fighting down a small shock at hearing the first spoken voice in days, even if it was my own. I'd gotten used to the droning hum of the building's inner workings, my computer and the soda machine in the hallway. There was no response to my greeting at first, but then finally a voice came. "Hey," said a clear male voice, obviously a college age like me. "Who's this?" "John," I replied, confused. "Oh, sorry, wrong number," he replied, then hung up. I lowered the phone slowly and leaned against the thick brick wall of the stairwell. That was strange. I looked at my received calls list, but the number was unfamiliar. Before I could think on it further, the phone rang loudly, shocking me yet again. This time I looked at the caller before I answered. It was another unfamiliar number. This time I held the phone up to my ear, but said nothing. I heard nothing but the general background noise of a phone. Then a familiar voice broke my tension. "John?" was a single word in Amy's voice. I breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, it's you," I replied. "Who else would it be?" she responded. "Oh, the number. I'm at a party on 7th Street. My phone died just as you called me. This is someone else's phone, obviously." "Oh, okay," I said. "Where are you?" she asked. My eyes glanced over the drab whitewashed cylinder block walls and the heavy metal door with its small window. "At my building," I sighed, just feeling cooped up. I didn't realize it was so late. "You should come here," she said, laughing. "Nah, I don't feel like looking for some strange place by myself in the middle of the night." Looking out of the window at the silent windy street that secretly scared me just a tiny bit. "I think I'm going to keep working or go to bed." "Nonsense," she replied. "I can come get you. Your building is close to 7th Street, right?" "How drunk are you?" I asked lightheartedly. "You know where I live?" "Oh, of course," she said abruptly. "I guess I can't get there by walking, huh?" "You could if you wanted to waste half an hour," I told her. "Right," she said. "Okay, have to go. Good luck with your work." I lowered the phone once more, looking at the numbers flash as the call ended. Then the droning silence suddenly reasserted itself into my ears. The two strange calls in the eerie street outside just drove home my aloneness in this empty stairwell. Perhaps from having seen too many scary movies, I had this sudden, inexplicable idea that something could look in the door's window and see me. Some sort of horrible entity that hovered at the edge of aloneness, just waiting to creep up on the unsuspecting people that strayed too far from the other human beings. I knew the fear was irrational, but nobody else was around. So I jumped down the stairs, ran down the hallway into my room, and closed the door as swiftly as I could, while still staying silent. Like I said, I feel a little ridiculous for being scared of nothing, and the fear has already faded. Writing this down helps a lot. It makes me realize that nothing is wrong. It filters out half-formed thoughts and fears and leaves only cold, hard facts. It's late. I got a call from a wrong number, and Amy's phone died. So she called me back from another phone. Nothing strange is happening. Still, there was something a little off about that conversation. I know it could have just been the alcohol she's had, or was it even her that seemed off to me? Or was it? Yes, that was it. I didn't realise it until this moment. Writing these things down. I knew writing things down would help. She said she was at the party, but I only heard silence in the background. Of course, that doesn't mean anything in particular, as she could have just gone outside to make the call. No, that couldn't be it either. I didn't hear the wind. I need to see if the wind is still blowing. Monday. I forgot to finish writing last night. I'm not sure what I expected to see when I ran up the stairwell and looked out the heavy metal door's window. I'm feeling ridiculous. Last night's fear seems hazy and unreasonable to me now. I can't wait to go out into the sunlight. I'm going to check my email, shave, shower, and finally get out of here. Wait, I think I heard something. There was thunder. That whole sunlight and fresh air thing didn't happen. I went out into the stairwell and up the stairs, only to find disappointment. The heavy metal door's little window shoved only flowing water as torrential rain slammed against it. Only a very dim, gloomy light fluttered in through the rain, but at least I knew it was daytime, even if it was a grey, sickly, wet day. I tried looking out the window and waiting for lightning to illuminate the gloom, but the rain was too heavy and I couldn't make out anything more than the vague, weird shapes moving at odd angles in the waves, washing down the window. Disappointed, I turned around, but I didn't want to go back to my room. Instead, I wandered further up the stairs, past the first floor and the second. The stairs ended at the third floor, the highest floor in the building. I looked through the glass that ran up the outer wall of the stairwell, but it was that warped, thick kind that scatters light. Not that there was much to see through the rain to begin with. I opened the stairwell door and wandered down the hallway. The 10 or so thick wooden doors, painted blue a long time ago, were all closed. I listened as I walked, but it was the middle of the day, so I wasn't surprised that I heard nothing but the rain outside. As I stood there in the dim hallway, listening to the rain, I had the strange, fleeting impression that the doors were standing like silent granite monoliths erected by some ancient foreign civilization for some unfathomable guardian purpose. Lightning flashed, and I could have sworn that just for a moment, the old grainy blue wood looked just like that rough stone. I laughed at myself for letting my imagination get the best of me. But then it occurred to me that the dim gloom and lightning must mean there was a window somewhere in the hallway. A vague memory surfaced, and I suddenly recalled the third floor and an inset window halfway down the floor's hallway. Excited to look out into the rain and possibly see another human being, I quickly walked over to the alcove, finding the large thin glass window. Rain washed down it as with the front door's window, but I could open this one. I reached a hand out to slide it open, but hesitated. I had the strangest feeling that if I opened that window, I would see something absolutely horrifying on the other side. Everything's been so odd lately. So I came up with a plan, and I came back here to get what I needed. I don't seriously think anything will come of it, but I'm bored. It's raining and I'm going stark crazy. I came back to get my webcam. The cord isn't long enough to reach the third floor by any means, so instead of going to hide it between the two soda machines in the dark end of my basement hallway, run the wire along the wall and under my door, and put black duct tape over the wire to blend it in with the black plastic strip that runs along the base of the hallway's walls. I know this is silly, but I don't have anything better to do. Well, nothing happened. I propped open the hallway to stairwell door, steeled myself, then flung the heavy front door wide open and ran like hell down the stairs to my room and slammed the door. I watched the webcam on my computer, intently seeing the hallway outside my door and most of the stairwell. I am watching it right now, and I don't see anything interesting. I just wish the camera's position was different, so that I could see out the front door. Hey, someone's online. I got out an older, less functional webcam that I had in my closet to video chat with my friend online. I couldn't really explain to him why I wanted a video chat, but it felt good to see another person's face. He couldn't talk very long, and we didn't talk about anything meaningful, but I felt much better. My strange fear had almost passed, and I would feel completely better, but there was something odd about our conversation. I know what I've said, that everything had seemed odd, but still, he was very vague in his responses. I can't recall one specific thing he said, no particular name, or place, or event, but he did ask for my email address to keep in touch. Wait, I just got an email. I'm about to go out. I just got an email from Amy that asked me to meet her for dinner at the place we usually go to. I do love pizza, and I've just been eating random food from my poorly stocked fridge for days, so I can't wait. Again, I feel ridiculous about the odd couple of days I've been having. I should destroy this journal when I get back. Oh, another email. Oh my god, I almost left the email and opened the door. I almost opened the door, but I read the email first. It was from a friend I hadn't heard from in a long time, and it was sent to a huge number of emails that must have been every person he had saved on his address list. It had no subject, and it said simply, "Seen with your own eyes, don't trust them, they." What the hell is that supposed to mean? The words shock me, and I keep going over and over them. It is a desperate email sent just as something happened. The words are obviously cut off without finishing. On any other day, I would have dismissed this as spam from a computer virus or something. But the words, "seen with your own eyes." I can't help but read over this journal and think back on the last few days and realise that I have not seen another person with my own eyes or talked to another person face to face. The webcam conversation with my friend was so strange, so vague, and so eerie. Now that I think about it, was it eerie, or is the fear clouding my memory? My mind toys with the progression of events I've written here, pointing out that I have not been presented with one single fact that I did not specifically give out unsuspectingly. The random wrong number that got my name and the subsequent strange return call from Amy, the friend that asked for my email address. I messaged him first when I saw him online, and then I got my first email a few minutes after that conversation. Oh my god. That phone call with Amy, I said over the phone, I said that I was within a half hour's walk of 7th Street. They know I'm near here. What if they're trying to find me? Where is everyone else? Why haven't I seen or heard anyone else in days? No one. This is crazy. Maybe I need to calm down. This madness needs to end. I don't know what to think. I ran about my apartment furiously, holding my cell phone up to every corner to see if I got a signal through the heavy walls. Finally, in the tiny bathroom near one ceiling corner, I got a single bar. Holding my phone there, I sent a text message to every number on my list, not wanting to betray anything about my unfounded fears. I simply sent, "You seen anyone face to face lately?" At this point, I just wanted any reply back. I didn't care what the reply was or if I embarrassed myself. I tried to call someone a few times, but I couldn't get my head up high enough, and if I brought my cell phone down even an inch, it lost signal. Then I'd remembered the computer and rushed over to it, instant messaging everyone online. Most were idle or away from their computer. Nobody responded. My messages grew more frantic, and I started telling people where I was and stopped by in person for a host of barely passable reasons. I didn't care about anything by that point. I just needed to see another person. I also tore apart my apartment looking for something that I might have missed. Some way to contact another human being, without opening the door. I know it's crazy, I know it's unfounded, but what if? I just need to be sure. I taped the phone to the ceiling, in case. Tuesday. The phone rang. Exhausted from last night's rampage, I must have fallen asleep. I woke up to the phone ringing and ran into the bathroom, stood on the toilet and flipped open the phone taped to the ceiling. It was Amy, and I feel so much better. She was really worried about me and had apparently been trying to contact me since last time I talked to her. She's coming over now, and yes, she knows where I am without me telling her. I feel so embarrassed. I am definitely throwing this journal away before anyone sees it. I don't even know why I'm writing it now. Maybe it's just because it's the only communication I've had at all since God knows when. I look like hell too. I looked in the mirror before I came back in here. My eyes are sunken, my stubble is thicker, and I just look generally unhealthy. My apartment is trashed, but I'm not going to clean it up. I think I need someone else to see what I've been through. The past few days have not been normal. I am not one to imagine things. I know I've been the victim of an extreme probability. I probably missed seeing another person a dozen times. I just happened to go out when it was late at night or the middle of the day when everyone was gone. Everything's perfectly fine. I know this now. Plus, I found something in the closet last night that helped me tremendously. A television. I set it up before I wrote this, and it's on in the background. Television has always been an escape for me, and it reminds me that there's a world beyond these dingy brick walls. I'm glad Amy's the one that responded to me after last night's frantic pestering of everyone I could contact. She's been my best friend for years. She doesn't know it, but I count the day that I met her among one of the few moments of true happiness in my life. I remember that warm summer day fondly. It seems a different reality from this dark, rainy, lonely place. I feel like I spent days sitting in that playground, much too old to play, just talking with her and hanging around doing nothing at all. I still feel like I can go back to that moment sometimes, and it reminds me that this damn place is not all that there is. Finally, a knock on the door. I thought it was odd that I couldn't see her through the camera I had between the two soda machines. I figured that it was bad positioning, like when I couldn't see out the front door. I should have known. After the knock, I yelled through the door jokingly that I had a camera between the soda machines, because I was embarrassed myself that I had taken the paranoia so far. After I did that, I saw her image walk over to the camera and look down it. She smiled and waved. "Hey," she said to the camera brightly, giving it a weary look. "It's weird, I know," I said into the mic attached to my computer. "I've had a weird few days." "Must have," she replied. "Open the door, John." I hesitated. How could I be sure? "Hey, humour me a second," I told her through the mic. "Tell me one thing about us. Just prove to me you're you." She gave the camera a weird look. "I'm alright," she said slowly, thinking. "We met randomly at the playground when we were both way too old to be there." I sighed deeply as the reality returned and fear faded. God, I'd been so ridiculous. Of course it was Amy. That day wasn't anywhere in the world except to my memory. I never even mentioned it to anyone, not out of embarrassment, but out of a strange secret nostalgia and a longing for those days to return. If there was some unknown force at work trying to trick me, as I feared, there was no way they could have known about that day. "Alright, I'll explain everything," I told her. "I'll be right there." I ran to my small bathroom and fixed my hair as best as I could. I looked like hell, but she would understand. Snickering at my own unbelievable behaviour and the mess I'd made of this place, I walked to the door. I put my hand on the doorknob and gave the mess one last look. So ridiculous, I thought. My eyes traced over the half-eaten food lying on the ground, the overflowing trash bin, and the bed I tipped to the side looking for God knows what. I almost turned to the door and opened it, but my eyes fell on one last thing, the old webcam, the one I used for that eerie, vacant chat with my friend. Its silent black sphere lay haphazardly tossed to one side. its lens pointed at the table where this journal lay. An overwhelming terror looked at me as I realised, if something could see through the camera, it would have seen what I just wrote about that day. I asked her for anything about us, and she chose the one thing in the world that I had thought they or I didn't know. But it did. It did know. It could have been watching me the whole time. I didn't open the door. I screamed. I screamed in uncontrollable terror. I stomped an old webcam on the floor. The door shook and the doorknob tried to turn, but I didn't hear Amy's voice through the door. Was the basement door made to keep out drafts too thick, or was Amy not outside? What could have been trying to get in, if not her? What the hell is out there? I saw her on my computer through the camera outside. I heard her on the speakers through the camera. But was it real? How can I know? She's gone now. I screamed and shouted for help. I piled up everything in my apartment against the front door. Friday. At least I think it's Friday. I broke everything electronic. I smashed my computer to pieces. Every single thing on there could have been accessed by network access, or worse, altered. I'm a programmer, I know. Every little piece of information I gave out since this started, my name, my email, my location, none of it came back from outside until I gave it out. I've been going over and over what I wrote. I've been pacing back and forth, alternating between stark phantom entity is dead, alternating between stark terror and overpowering disbelief. Sometimes I'm absolutely certain some phantom entity is dead set on the simple goal of getting me to go outside. Back to the beginning, with the phone call from Amy. She was effectively asking me to open the door and go outside. I keep running through it in my head. One point of view says I've acted like a madman, and all of this is an extreme convergence of probability. Never going outside at the right times by pure luck, never seeing another person by pure chance, getting a random nonsense email from some computer virus at just the right time. The other point of view says that the extreme convergence of probability is the reason that whatever's out there has gotten me already. I keep thinking I never opened a window on the 3rd floor. I never opened the front door until this incredibly stupid stunt with a hidden camera, after which I ran straight to my room and slammed the door. I haven't opened my own solid door since I flung open the front door of the building. Whatever's out there, if anything out there, never made an appearance in the building before I opened the front door. Maybe the reason I wasn't in the building already was that it was elsewhere getting everyone else. And then it waited, until I betrayed my existence by trying to call Amy. A call which didn't work, until it called me and asked me my name. Terror literally overwhelms me every time I try to fit the pieces of this nightmare together. That email, short, cut off, was it from someone trying to get word out? Some friendly voice desperately trying to warn me before it came. Seen with my own eyes, don't trust them. Exactly what I've been suspicious of. It could be masterful control of all things electronic, practicing its insidious deception to trick me into coming outside. Why can't it get in? It knocked on the door. It must have some solid presence. It must have some solid presence. The door, the image of those doors in the upper hallway as guardian monoliths flashes back in my mind every time I trace this path of thoughts. If there is some phantom entity trying to get me to go outside, maybe it can't get through doors. I keep thinking back over all the books I've read or movies I've seen, trying to generate some explanation for this. Doors have always been such an intense focus of human imagination, always seen as wards or portals or of special importance, or perhaps the door is just too thick. I know that I couldn't bash through any of the doors in this building, let alone the heavy basement one. Aside from that, the real question is, why does it even want me? If it just wanted to kill me, it could do in any number of ways, including just waiting until I starve to death. What if it doesn't want to kill me? What if it has some more far horrific fate in store for me? What can I do to escape this nightmare? A knock on the door. I told the people on the other side of the door, I need a minute to think and I'll come out. I'm really just writing this down so I can figure out what to do. At least this time I heard the voices, my paranoia, and yes, I recognise I am being paranoid, has me thinking of all sorts of ways that their voices could be faked electronically. There could be nothing but speakers outside, stimulating human voices. Did it really take them 3 days to come talk to me? Amy is supposedly out there along with 2 policemen and a psychiatrist. Maybe it took them 3 days to think of what to say to me. The psychiatrist's claim could be pretty convincing. If I decided to think this has all been a crazy misunderstanding and not some entity trying to trick me into opening the door, the psychiatrist had an older voice. Authoritarian, but still caring. I liked it. I'm desperate just to see someone with my own eyes. He said I have something called cyberpsychosis, and I'm just one of a nationwide epidemic of thousands of people having breakdowns triggered by a suggestive email that got through somehow. I swear he said got through somehow. I think he meant spread through this country inexplicably, but I am incredibly suspicious that the entity slipped up and revealed something. He said I am part of a wave of emergent behaviour. But a lot of other people are having the same problem with the same fears, even though we've never communicated. That neatly explains the strange email about eyes that I got. I didn't get the original triggering email. I got a descendant of it. My friend could have broken down too and tried to warn everyone he knew against the paranoid fears. That's how the problem spreads, the psychiatrist claims. I could have spread it too, with my texts and instant messages online to everyone I know. One of those people might be melting down right now after being triggered by something I sent them. Something they might interpret any way that they want. Something like a text saying, "Seen anyone face to face lately?" The psychiatrist told me that he didn't want to lose another one, that people like me are intelligent and that's our downfall. We draw connections so well that we draw them even when they shouldn't be there. He said it's easy to get caught up in the paranoia in our fast-paced world, a constantly changing place where more and more of our interaction is stimulated. I have to give him one thing. It's a great explanation. It neatly explains everything. It perfectly explains everything, in fact. I have every reason to shake off this nightmarish fear that something or consciousness or being out there wants me to open a door so I can capture me for some horrible fate worse than death. It would be foolish, after hearing that explanation, to stay in here until I starve to death just to spite this entity that might have got everyone else. It would be foolish to think that, after hearing that explanation, I might be one of the last few people alive on an empty world, hiding in my secure basement room, spitting some unthinkable deceptive entity just by refusing to be captured. It's a perfect explanation for every single strange thing I've seen or heard, and I have every reason in this world to let all of my fears go and open the door. That's exactly what I'm not going to do. How can I be sure? How can I know what's real and what's deception? All of these damn things with their wires and their signals that originate from some unseen origin, they're not real. I can't be sure signals through a camera, faked video, deceptive phone calls, emails, even a television lying broken on the floor. How can I possibly know it's real? It's just signals, waves, light. The door, it's bashing on the door. It's trying to get in. What insane mechanical contrivance could it be using to stimulate the sound of men attacking the heavy wood so well? At least I finally see it with my own eyes. There's nothing left in here for it to deceive me with. I've ripped apart everything else. It can't deceive my eyes, can it? See with your own eyes, don't trust them, they... Wait, was that the desperate message telling me to trust my eyes? Or warning me about my eyes too? Oh my god, what's the difference between a camera and my eyes? They both turn light into electrical signals. They're the same. I can't be deceived. I have to be sure. Date unknown. I calmly asked for paper and pen. day in and day out until it finally gave them to me. Not that it matters. What am I going to do? Poke my eyes out? The bandages feel like part of me now. The pain is gone. I figured this will be one of my last chances to write legibly, as without my sight to correct mistakes, my hands will slowly forget the motions involved. This is a sort of self-indulgence, this writing. It's a relic of another time, because I'm certain everyone left in this world is dead, or something far worse. I sit against the padded wall day in and day out. The entity bring me food and water. It masks itself as a kind nurse, as an unsympathetic doctor. I think it knows that my hearing has sharpened considerably now that I live in darkness. It fakes conversations in the hallways on the off chance that I might overhear. One of the nurses talks about having a baby soon. One of the doctors lost his wife in a car accident. None of it matters. None of it is real. None of it gets to me, not like she does. That's the worst part. The part I almost can't handle. The thing comes to me, masquerading as Amy. Its recreation is perfect. It sounds exactly like her. Makes me feel in its lifelike cheeks. When it first dragged me here, it told me all the things I wanted to hear. It told me that she loved me, that she had always loved me, and that it didn't understand why I did this. That we could still have a life together if only I would stop insisting that I was being deceived. It wanted me to believe. No, it needed me to believe that she was real. I almost fell for it, I really did. I doubted myself for the longest time. In the end though, it was just all too perfect, too flawless and too real. The false Amy used to come over every day, and then every week and finally stopped coming together. I don't think the entity will give up. I think the waiting game is just another one of its gambits. I will resist it for the rest of my life if I have to. I don't know what happened to the rest of the world, but I do know that this thing needs me to fall for its deceptions. If it needs that, then maybe, just maybe, I am a thorn in its agenda. Maybe Amy is still alive out there somewhere, kept alive only by my will to resist the deceiver. I hold on to that hope, rocking back and forth in my cell to pass the time. I will never give in. I will never break. I am a hero. The doctor read the paper the patient had scribbled on, and it was barely readable, written in the shaky script of one who could not see. He wanted to smile at the man's steadfast resolve, a reminder of the human will to survive, but he knew the patient was completely delusional. After all, a sane man would have fallen for the deception long ago. The doctor wanted to smile, he wanted to whisper words of encouragement to the delusional man. He wanted to scream, but the nerve filaments wrapped around his head and into his eyes made him do otherwise. His body walked into the cell like a puppet and told the patient once more that he was wrong, and that there was nothing trying to deceive him. Number 3. Gavin thoughtlessly picked up the bandages around his right arm. I've done this job for so many years, but I never experienced something like this. He used his left hand to brush the light brown hair out of his face. I'm sorry if I'm rambling random stuff. I just can't get her face out of my head. Whenever I close my eyes or whenever I lie down to sleep, I only see her staring at me with this anger. This strange woman. I mean, I know she's dead, but why do I need to keep seeing her face? It's as if she's haunting me. Gavin took a deep breath. I have been training and tutoring since I was 16. In the evenings I taught English and biology, and on the weekends I taught rugby. Both of it was in the poor neighbourhood. The area had quite a bad reputation with drugs and gangs, and I heard a lot about abductions and murders and carjackings there. He forced a smile. I'm quite big, I know, but still I never felt comfortable there. If anything, I thought that my size made me more obvious, more of a target. I just knew I was out of place. After my last student, I usually basically ran to my car, and the moment I got inside, I locked the doors and drove off as quickly as I could. Gavin shook his head. I did that so many times, at some point it wasn't even a fear anymore. It was nearly automatic. I ran out of the house, unlocked the car and jumped in. It wasn't something I thought about. But that evening I got out later than usual. My student had a test and wanted me to stay longer. As a private teacher, that's not really a request, it's more of an order. If you don't comply, they will quickly find somebody else. So I stayed longer, nearly until 11 PM. And right away when I ran to my car, something felt off. Gavin scratched his arms. It was as if the street was different from what I remembered, and the car itself seemed different, maybe more dirty than usual. I literally ran inside, threw my bag into the back and locked the door. And then I noticed a woman sitting in the passenger seat, with this crazy look in her eyes. She had something in her hand that really looked like a weapon, maybe a bomb or something, and she was shouting at me in an angry language. It sounded like Arabic or something. I was terrified. I just didn't know what to do. And so I started the engine and drove off. I didn't even think about how small she was. She seemed so angry and I didn't dare to question her. She kept gesturing towards the sides of the street. Whenever she did, I looked for the next street and took a turn. But this woman was crazy. I mean, I don't know what she wanted. No matter how much I complied with her orders, she kept getting more and more aggravated. And then she even started hitting me. She hit first my arms, straight with her fingernails into my flesh. I pushed her back, but I was still driving and couldn't keep her to the side. So that somehow made her even madder as she hit me only harder. I was trying to scratch and hit my face. Gavin rubbed his knuckles. I don't know what came over me. It was more like instinct, like, self-defense. I just hit her straight in the face. I didn't even think of it. I just hit her and moved the car to the right of the road to hold her back. But she got only more furious and she kept shouting something about Allah and she kept lashing out at me. It was as if she was trying to stab my eyes. And so I hit her again, 2, 3, 4 more times, until she stopped moving. And only then, when I saw her lying there with her head against the window, while I was fumbling for my mobile phone to call the police, I looked in the mirror and saw the 2 small children. They were just sitting there, frozen in place, staring at me. They didn't say a word, but then I looked around for the first time. I really looked around, and only then I realised that it was the same model, even the same colour. But there were stickers on the windows, a small dancing Elvis on the dashboard, and the stereo didn't look like mine. It looked like mine. It wasn't my car. I really didn't want to kill her. It was just my brain running on autopilot.
"9:45 PM. I'd never been inside of one before. An awkward, out-of-place feeling little room nuzzled between a failing Irish pub and an antique shop. I'd honestly forgotten these things existed in the vast metro area of my city. Until I needed one. College essay, see, and I hadn't even begun. Just my luck for my laptop to obnoxiously die the weekend before the paper was due. I tried to borrow a friend's computer, but no dice. As for plan B, my school's library was out of rental laptops. To the local, seedy internet cafe I went then, where I'd always been told the poverty-stricken perverts surfed for porn and the seemingly parentless children crowded around online games. The place smelled like a Chuck E. Cheese. It was already dark, and I was just going to take the subway back when I put some decent work in. But the ugly pang of hesitation sunk into my stomach. Looking into the depressing place. God, did I not want to sit here and do work on a Friday night. Not only was it dingy and torn right out of 2005, but it was in a part of a town I did not want to be in at this hour, and since it was open until midnight, I really had no excuse to leave early. I wasn't about to risk failing another class, even for the sole reason that my mum would have ripped into me again. I groaned and I stepped through the threshold. At least it was empty. Well, almost empty. Some plain looking guy was sat at a computer in the leftmost row, but he looked so absorbed with his screen he didn't even notice me walk in. I took a seat at the very back, slung my backpack off, whipped out an external hard drive and set to work. 11:20 PM. Looking up and down the screen in front of me, I noticed how far I'd managed to come. I had been typing feverishly and cautiously, in a sort of trance with zero regard to my surroundings, and the words filled the page. I had written no Pulitzer, but before me were 2 full paragraphs and a poor excuse for an outline for the latter 3. It was something, and the more I finished tonight, the less time I had to spend in this fucking place tomorrow or even Sunday. I lay back in my chair and gazed absently at the ceiling. My chair was squeaky, punctuating the silence in an ugly way. The light above my head was dim, in fact, all the ceiling lights seemed to burn pretty low. I would have been creeped out if I were a more easily spooked person, but I'm not. I'm relatively built, I'm a skeptic, and I don't have that vivid of an imagination in the first place. So instead, I was just bored. My urge to procrastinate got the best of me, and soon I found myself wandering up and down the dozen or so aisles of outdated white computers that I'm honestly surprised didn't still run Windows 95, just XP instead. There was nobody around, not even that guy who was here an hour ago. I noticed his empty seat before I picked up the lack of typing and clicking. After a couple of laps around the cafe, I decided to glance down the aisle the man had been in. I noticed a faint glow against the wall that comprised the space behind that row of computers, and I'm a curious person on the border of nosy. I didn't expect to find anything except the Windows startup screen of a monitor, yet to go to sleep. But I turned a corner and you can imagine my surprise when I found a laptop there. A new one. A really nice HP Spectre in great condition. And my first thought was, why would a guy with such a good computer need to go to an internet cafe? At closer glance I could tell the laptop was actually thicker than normal, as if encapsulated in some sort of casing. The screen was open to its desktop, with a solid grey background that gave nothing away, and about 20 different folders and icons scattered about. I didn't recognise any of them aside from the basic file. No Internet Explorer, no Chrome, not even Adobe Reader, just a bunch of weird symbols, some with non-English lettering. I really wish I knew more about software. 2 tabs were minimised on the bottom of the screen, a simple text box and another that just had a square with perforated outline. I hesitated. Standing back up, I looked over to my side of the cafe. There was my bright screen open to the blinding white of a Word document. My backpack beside the chair, my water bottle, my phone. It would have been so easy to leave this stranger's private computer where it was and ignore my pestering curiosity and propensity for poor decision making. Glancing back at the foreign desktop before me, I stood for a moment, weighing the consequences. After a pause I muttered to myself, not worth it. I walked away and a woman spoke. Hello, did you say something? Freezing in place, for an instant I thought I must have imagined the sound. But barely a few seconds later, the same shrill, small cannon sound voice called out. Please talk to me, she cried out very clearly, and I realised the woman sounded terribly afraid. I tilted the stranger's laptop screen a little straighter, and looked at the minimised tabs. The text box I left alone. The mysterious one I opened. It was using some browser I didn't recognise called Tor, and yet for some reason it seemed familiar. Several tabs were open on it, and I clicked through them systematically. One held a mysterious string of hyperlinks set against a blank background. Another one was in what I think was acrylic and had random images of people's faces. A third was just lists of unfamiliar names organised into 3 lengthy columns. With a shock I opened the last tab to what disturbed me the most. What filled the screen before me was a very dark, fuzzy image of a tiny enclosure. Windowless, and bare of a carpet or furniture. A frail young woman was sitting in a heap in the centre of the room with crude-looking chains, roping her hard to the ground. And then the woman moved. Her head swung wildly around, her matted hair sweeping the shoulders. She was pale, weak-looking and very obviously frightened, but otherwise appeared unharmed. She moved like an abused animal backed into a corner, and I spoke back to her without really thinking. Hi, who are you? The woman snapped her head to the camera, which must have been the location of my voice. In a panic, I looked for a webcam on the laptop, which I saw had been taped over with black adhesive. After staring at the camera for a while, me gazing on in a confused stupor, she began to sob uncontrollably. She begged me desperately to help her, to let her out, to call the police, in one thin stream of rambling messiness. I tried to form the coherent reply amidst her cries, but I honestly was too shocked to say anything. Before I could, a large man in dark clothing swiftly entered the woman's enclosure and without hesitation began savagely beating her with his fists and feet. I slammed the laptop shut. Adrenaline was coursing through me. Cursing myself, I carried it over to the backpack, stuffed it inside, saved my essay to my USB and left the cafe. 11:55 PM. I don't really know why I took it with me. I have always been impulsive. Maybe that inner desire to investigate took hold of my senses. Maybe instead it was just an instinct to help somebody in need. Sitting in the soft light of a coffee shop deeper in the city, the computer perched menacingly on the little table in front of me. I thought about what I was going to do when I opened it up. I glanced to my right and looked at my phone, the emergency number already typed. I was terrified and yet excited in some twisted way. An excitement which blinded my common sense, despite feeling very out of place in the midst of something that seemed much more intimidating than I was. I decided at last to open it again. Really, I expected a password screen and a dead end, maybe hoping for it too. But the black desktop encouraged me to simply press enter, which I did. And there was the woman. She was splayed awkwardly across the floor, breathing deeply, and every inhale seemed to hurt. Given the mediocre streaming quality, I couldn't make out individual injuries, but she clearly appeared worse than where I'd first seen her. With a sick feeling, I realised her left elbow and wrist were bent in an extremely unnatural way. I plugged my headphones into the jack and spoke to her, getting right to business. What happened to you, and where are you? I'm in the south part of the city. I'm Alex, and I'm just a college kid. I noticed how shaky my voice sounded just then. What should I do? She jerked her head towards me, but didn't say anything for a moment. Call the police, she whimpered in a low voice. Glancing around herself, the woman looked more helpless than ever now. I don't know where I am. Without breaking eye contact with the screen, I reached for my phone and dialed the number. My heart was pounding again. The call rang for a while, and I'd completely blocked out my surroundings. My thoughts were racing and I tried to piece together what I was going to say, but I found it hard to concentrate. The image of the woman being beaten burned into my mind's eye. I had no idea what the hell I had gotten myself into, and I began to think about tossing the laptop and jumping ship. But then something strange happened. A voice answered the other end, but it didn't ask me what the emergency was. Instead, it spoke in a very AI-sounding tone, a simple hello. In a hurry, I began to rattle off what I had encountered, but quickly was interrupted by the same hello in the same monotone, robotic voice. I paused and waited. Hello. Alex. The text, Alex. A numbing dread creeped into my stomach. I pulled the phone from my face. The number did not read 911, but some random string of digits with an unfamiliar area code. I hung up in horror. Deliberately typing out 911 this time, I pressed call, but found as the dial began to play, that the same strange phone number blared across the screen. My phone dropped into my lap and I yelled. The lone barista and the only other occupant of the shop looked curiously in my direction, and then I remembered the downsized text box on the laptop. Slowly, deliberately, I moved the cursor to the icon. I hate to admit how afraid I was by this point, but my fingers were literally trembling against the trackpad. I clicked. It was just an address. Nothing more, nothing less. As I stared at the words and numbers before me, the woman began to wail quietly into my earbuds, questioning my sudden silence, begging me to help her, painful sounding sobs choking her words. They know who I am, I kept thinking to myself, ignoring the girl. How do they know who I am? I desperately racked my brain for how my phone could have been manipulated, my identity revealed. If this was the dark parts of the internet I had heard about, and it really seemed like it, I was probably dealing with very serious computer hackers. I'd never felt so vulnerable. It was all too much, this discovery so much bigger than myself, and I was way over my head. So I picked up my stuff in a panic and ran, leaving the laptop. Before I exited the shop, however, I did go up to the barista and ask him to use his phone, or any phone. The large man smiled blankly at me, even looked a little sad and told me, "No phones." And rushing out the door without questioning him, I only later realised that the man had not been behind the counter just moments before I approached him. That the barista who turned towards my yell had been somebody entirely different, and that the one who had denied me my phone call seemed far too old, too foreign, and too out of place to work at the coffee shop. I was in such a frenzy I didn't even register to me that he had no uniform. 1:37 AM. Fuck. The laptop was sitting in front of me. I can't believe I didn't notice the guy place it. I took a long and unusual route to a more distant station because I was afraid of being followed. I put my phone away after every text and call I tried to make to my parents wouldn't go through, and I watched my back carefully while I was on the move. But as I sat nervously on the subway, which now was completely and suspiciously devoid of people, the drunk man had slipped right in front of me without me noticing. It must have been him, the typical loony subway lurker, dressed like a homeless hippie from the 60s and rambling incoherently into his brown paper bag, was the only other person in the car with me, and he had just gotten off and the laptop had just appeared in the seat in front of me. Fuck. Adrenaline was coursing through me again, and I angrily flipped it open. There wasn't even Wi-Fi on the subway, but the stream was still steady, and the woman, having been without my company for a while now, looked much, much worse. Some of her hair looked like it had been torn out in chunks. Clusters of it littered the ground around her. Unmistakable blood dripped in thin streams down her face and torso, and her spaghetti-strapped top was stained dark. Both of her feet were missing. It wasn't an illusion, they had clearly been removed directly above the ankle. It took me a moment to notice that the pale extremities had been carelessly thrown to the ground behind her broken body. I gasped and found myself crying silently, feeling more helpless and torn than ever before. She heard me. Weakly, she tried to lift herself to her one working limb, squirming in pain, managing to ask again for my help. Nobody has ever sounded so pitiful. "I'm going to try," I lied to her in a trembling voice, wishing I hadn't opened the laptop, before I shut the screen again. However, I pulled the text box back open. Perhaps morbid curiosity got the best of me. It always does. And to my horror, despite my unwillingness to accept it could be, the text had changed. Beneath the address is now read, "You are stuck, Alex." And then the subway train screeched to a stop. I knew immediately something wasn't right. The emptiness of my car had begun to frighten me immensely, and we were definitely not at my station. Too much time passed before the train doors opened, and I cautiously stepped out of them, leaving the computer in my seat, with the girl's growing wails echoing around the room. I did not know where I was. It seemed like a typical downtown subway station, but at the same time there was no signs to indicate where I was, and even the maps of the system had been removed from the underground walls. It was half as lit as it should have been, making this nightmare almost comically dark. The whole place felt abandoned. Glancing around, I tried to think about how long I had been travelling, how far I might have come, but I couldn't for the life of me remember. I cursed loudly at myself and tried not to panic, despite feeling very alone and out of my element, which had been the case since quitting on my stupid fucking essay. The subway train hadn't left yet, the doors were still agape, and silence tilled the air save for low cries from the computer. I decided to just ascend the steps and take it from there. I was bound to recognise something. But I didn't. In fact, standing on the empty corner of a city street I had never heard of before, I realised I was in a part of town that seemed completely devoid of all life. The buildings around me were vacant and littered with broken windows, and all the nearest entryways were boarded up. I started walking towards the nearest street lamp, taking an industrial feel to the area, and noting how little sound I could hear. Adrenaline still pumping, I felt as though an attack could happen at any moment. With a jolt, I stopped and stared at the aging warehouse across the street. The address painted across in metal doors was identical to the one of the laptop. At least I thought it was, but I had no way to check without the computer itself. I wasn't about to make sure, but in this moment I felt very toyed with, the gravity of how out of control this situation had gotten truly registering in my mind. I was rooted to the spot, maybe 100 yards from the subway station, staring into the warehouse and wondering hopelessly what was inside, and knowing I wouldn't dare to approach it. At the same time, some noise was barely audible in the wind around me, something deeply unsettling. My attention refocused. I strained my ears to pick it up. A few steps closer to the street and it hit me, screaming. The girl screaming, not from any device, in front of me, in the building. I ran. Guilty as I may feel for the rest of my life, I bolted like my life depended on it. To be honest, it probably did. I'm typing this all away now. I have no idea how far I've come. The only people I've encountered outside have paid no mind to me, but a couple times I'm certain somebody was watching me from down the street. I only stole glances before continuing to run. I just want to get home and put everything behind me. I'm never going to mess with other people's shit again. I'm going to call my mum and tell her I want to come home for a little while, and then I'm going to ace my classes and move on. I'm also planning on completely discarding my devices and getting a new phone and computer. God, I hope this doesn't follow me. The street I'm approaching seems familiar. I might be able to make it back soon. 4:05 AM. I'm so stupid. I'm so naive, so impulsive, and so stupid. I took forever, but I finally made it back to civilization into my apartment building. I told the guy at the front to call the police, but when he asked me why, I blanked. There was nothing about my story that sounded believable, and what's more, I was afraid to be tied to the event in any way. I had nothing to give the cops anyway, aside from some vague details about a laptop and an address I'd already forgotten. So I hurried up to my room, while the man at the front watched me expressionlessly, and now I am sitting in my bedroom and that laptop is right beside me. Nothing seemed out of place. My front door opened fine and still locked. No windows or lights had been tampered with, and yet placed delicately on top of my pillow, screen open, was a goddamn fucking computer. I couldn't believe it. Hell, I desperately didn't want to. But yet there it was, undeniably. My body was instantly wrought with mind-bending horror as reality sunk in and survival mode overtook me. The woman was moaning non-stop now. Her eyes had been brutally gouged out, and I had vomited in fear and shock at the sight of her in my own home. I didn't open the text box, but I'm sure there was more to read. I'm typing this out because my text won't deliver to anybody, my calls won't go through even to the police, and my one outdated landline is doing nothing but beeping dial tones. I'm typing because I'm terrified for my life and I think I'm trapped here. I don't know what will happen next, but I know it can't be good. Just now I heard something heavy drag across my living room, and there's definitely something outside this door. I tried screaming for help out of the window, but I'm so high up and none of my neighbours have done anything if they can hear me at all. I hate myself, I hate how compulsive and nosy I am. I hate that I had to be so bad at college and so unlucky that I ended up in this whole mess in the first place. I hate how fucked I am. The last thing the woman said to me before I tore the laptop battery out was a choked warning, something that chilled me to my very core. They like to play games, she had sobbed to me, before the large man returned abruptly and began to work on her mouth with a pair of scissors. The computer hasn't done anything since then. I was sure to smash a screen with the bottom of the lamp. Somebody is turning the doorknob to my room now. The tiny lock in it isn't going to be enough, and if they want me this badly, the dresser in front of me won't do much either. I think my life might be in danger. Number 2. My local internet cafe is not much of a sight to behold. I think that's what may have contributed to it shutting down for a couple of months back in June. The exterior was reminiscent of an abandoned shack with its dilapidated appearance and broken windows. However, after they cleaned up the inside, I definitely saw some improvement. Sparkly clean tile floors and beautiful mahogany countertop filled the cafe with a sense of ease and elegance. I always got plenty of work done in there, so the shop's grungy look never bothered me much, but it was nice to have a change of scenery once the cleanup was done. I was probably the only regular at the cafe, venturing in on almost a daily basis. Plenty of other folks cycled in and out, but nary a familiar face would show up. This was mine, since I only went there to edit my vlogs and website on occasion. Striking up a conversation with someone recognisable was not on the agenda, ever. I was there for some much needed peace and quiet, not small talk. Though I had Wi-Fi at home, the thin walls there did little to muffle my father's drunken ramblings. The cafe was my escape from the unwanted noise. I strolled in on a Saturday morning, just 5 days after the grand reopening. I was feeling pretty groggy, still recovering from a cold I caught during the week. The humid August air didn't help matters. Because of this, I decided to grab a coffee before getting my things set up. I walked across the glimmering newly replaced floors and heard them squeak under my sneakers. I laughed a little to myself, almost tempted to start turning in place just to hear the sound a few more times. No, I told myself, grow up. I ordered my coffee and took a look around the room while I was waiting for it. I took a mental note of how many faces were in the cafe with me. I was surely going to grab a quiet little table in the corner away from these strangers. Small iced regular, the barista held out my coffee and straw. Thanks, I said plainly. I threw down a couple of quarters as a tip and strolled on over to the table I wanted. I spent the next few hours clipping and splicing my videos from the days previous. I was doing a week-long series about the gym I go to. Basically workout tips and some comedy bits with my buddy Jake, who works the front desk. I found myself laughing out loud over a protein shake skit we had done. I may have drawn some attention to my little corner of the room. Though the staring eventually subsided, I felt it best for me to leave, as I had been in there much longer than usual. I reached down and unplugged my laptop charger, and that's when my hand brushed up against something. Confused, I took a look under my table to investigate. A 16-inch black bag sat just beyond where my feet were settled. It had pockets and a shoulder strap, as well as an abundance of dust coating the leather. Holy crap, I thought to myself. Someone must have left their laptop behind or something. At first I was going to do the right thing. I very easily could have handed it to the barista and called it a day. I guess maybe that would have been the smart thing to do. However, a mixture of curiosity and stupidity came over me, keeping me from being honest. Instead, after packing up my own things, I swung the mystery bag over my shoulder and swiftly exited the cafe. Stupid. I pulled into my driveway about noon, the hot summer sun beaming down on my front lawn. My father was doing his usual half-assed inspection of the plants in the garden, beer can in hand. I tried to get into the house without a word to him, but he stopped me just as I opened the storm door. Hey, what are you in such a hurry? He asked, taking a swig of his drink. Dad, I don't have time, important website business. Well, he slurred, don't stop on my account. But you just stopped me, I thought to myself. I pushed through the front door, passing my sleeping mother on the couch, and darted upstairs to my room. Slam. I shut the door hard behind me and locked it immediately. I tossed my belongings and newly found goods onto my bed and kicked my shoes clear across the room. I was excited to dig into this lucky haul. Carefully and slowly, I unzipped the top of the bag and pulled it open. I gasped a little to myself. Despite the appearance of the bag, the contents were no joke. A shiny brand new looking laptop was nestled nicely inside. I pulled it out and observed it with awe. It was certainly nicer than my basic 500 gig HP from a box store. I couldn't believe what I was holding. I flipped it open and began feeling the keys and monitor. It was in mint condition. I had to be the luckiest guy in the world. Everything was there, including a charger and wireless mouse. I even found a bag of screen wipes at the bottom. I also dug into the pockets, curious as to what treasure I might find in there. What I found was a cell phone, nothing special, just some cheap Android phone. It was still powered on and had no screen lock in it. Exploring it further, I noticed there were no texts and only one recent call to an outside state number. Being into electronics, I went into the settings to see what kind of operating system it had. It was vastly out of date on software, still set in some variation of the Lollipop OS. That's alright, I thought. I could still flip it for a quick $10 or so. I placed it on the bed next to the laptop and sat for a moment, trying to take in what I had in front of me. This was such a great find. I needed to power on the laptop and figure out what I was working with. To my excitement, there was no login screen. I was in, immediately after booting it up. I was never as into laptops as iPhones. but I could tell right away I was not working with your standard stock operating system. This thing resembled more of a modded setup than I had seen kids working with back in high school, but I couldn't name it off the top of my head. Luckily, it was simple enough to navigate. I set it up with my Wi-Fi and dived right into the file storage to get some idea of whose computer I had. I was disappointed for just a few moments, but after clicking around a bit, I did find a folder labelled A. Inside was one JPEG titled 1 by 1. Intrigued, my stomach did a little flip as I opened the image. I was puzzled by what I found. It was a screenshot from a website. It looked like a post in some forum from a user named Ananodon and 4, which nothing but phone numbers listed and 0 replies. Underneath the list was this tagline: "You know who you are." Scanning the image for answers, I noticed the address bar for the site. It seemed to be a nonsense string of characters followed by a a.onion extension. Onion? What's that, a parody news site or something? I wasn't too sure, but I decided to dig a little deeper. I clicked on the X at the top, taking me back to the desktop. That's when I noticed another folder. This one was labelled Pics, which stirred up some more thrills in my bones. Yes, I cheered to myself. This would more than likely reveal the owner's identity. I became disappointed as I clicked through the pictures. There was no human life, just shots of different places and scenery. This included a dark image of a barber shop, a path in the woods somewhere, and even someone's garage. What really caught my eye was the last pic. It was the cafe. My stomach started doing acrobatics now, my heart racing. Why were there random pictures on this thing? Why was there a screenshot of a message board with a list of phone numbers? The files just weren't adding up for me, but I hatched a half-baked plan. I didn't know if it was going to end the mystery, but I couldn't help but pry. I pulled up the pic with the phone numbers, grabbed the Android phone and dialed the first number at the top of the list. After only 2 rings, I was greeted with silence. Strange, I thought. But I pressed on. I dialed the next number on the list. This time, it rang 5 times before I got a generic inbox greeting, with the phone number listed. Interesting, but I hung up before I heard the beep. I grew bored of dialing the random numbers. I decided to take a break and put the laptop and cell phone away for a little while. I knew I'd come back to it later. Once the evening rolled around, I waited for my parents to go to bed and then fixed myself up a snack. This was pretty much a nightly routine of mine. I clicked on the TV as I usually did and settled on the first news channel I scrolled to. This is when things took a turn for the weird. A breaking news story was displayed on screen, one from the next town over. Young barber aged 25 found murdered at work. Damn, I shook my head. That sucks. A female news reporter was on scene outside of the barber shop where it took place. Wait a second. I couldn't believe my eyes. That barber shop, it was the same one from the pic on the laptop. I was sure of it. I put my plate down on the coffee table and raced upstairs to grab the computer. I booted it up, clicked on the folder of pictures and then the photo in question. I ran back downstairs with the laptop in hand and held it up to the TV screen. Yeah, it was definitely the same barber shop. Well, what are the chances of that? I was shaking my head in amazement. I had finished watching the news story and began feeling tired. I was about ready for bed, so I grabbed the remote. The news story just after grabbed my attention before I could hit the power button. Cold murder in local forest. This one was also nearby, just over the bridge in the opposite direction. This world is terrible, I thought. I hadn't seen 2 stories like that back to back in a long time. That's when it hit me. I scrolled over to the picture of the woods in the same folder. Then I waited to see if the news story included the location of the homicide on the video. Though I didn't get anything solid to compare it to, I was definitely getting weird vibes. First a barber shop and now a forest. I had to be grasping at straws though, right? I had decided it was bedtime. I had a pretty restless night of sleep, tossing and turning and kicking my covers to the foot of my bed. It was hot and humid, and I kept waking up with the sweats. Needless to say, I was in a dire need of a coffee the next morning. I was probably smart to leave the strange laptop at home, grabbing my own equipment as I headed out the door. I drove rather quickly to the cafe, eyelids still heavy. I got my regular coffee and sat down at my favourite booth in the corner. Only one other person resided in the building, apart from the baristas at work. It was nice and quiet, and felt peaceful. A good contrast for my evening snack and sweaty night of interrupted rest. Still, my mind couldn't help but wander. The web address from the screenshots I found came rolling into the forefront of my thoughts. What was that onion domain all about? Why did the web address make no sense? It was something like code in flux, with random numbers and symbols after it. This was meaningless to me. I decided to do some research. I couldn't recall the exact website, but I remember the .onion extension, so I started from there. I was immediately blown away. Apparently, what it pertains to is web addresses not reachable on normal servers. It takes you through something called Tor, and it's used for some pretty shady activity. I guess it involves what's called the dark web. I'd heard a little about this before. I was beginning to feel sick. The website listed on the wiki were pretty revolting to say the least. Nothing I would ever want to be involved in. The worst part? I was beginning to think the laptop I found was used solely to access this part of the internet. I couldn't bear the thought of being in possession of it any longer. I had to do something. I stormed out of the cafe ready to spring into action when I was stopped by a tap on my leg. I looked down to see a homeless looking man in a black tattered leather jacket sitting up against the front of the building. His face looked rough, complete with baldy shaven beard and cracked lips. He looked miserable. He held out a small plastic cup, looking up at me with desperation in his eyes. "Spare change, sir?" "I am in a hurry, dude, and I don't carry cash." "Please," he begged some more. He reached out and grabbed my pants leg. "No, get away from me." I kicked his hand away. The guy looked upset. His eyes were actually watering a little bit. I felt a little bad, but damn, don't grab me. That's when the guy did the strangest thing. He took out a phone and started taking pictures of me. "What are you doing now?" I asked, confused as hell. He didn't answer. All I could do about it was run to my car and leave as fast as possible. What was that guy's deal? I called my friend Peter on my way home. I knew he would have some more insight into the whole thing. I was hoping I could bring him to my house and have him wipe the computer clean. Then I could sell it to a random Yahoo and be done with this whole misadventure. Once I picked up my friend, I sped back to my house and showed him what I found in the cafe. He was blown away. "This thing is lethal," he laughed. "It looks pretty customised, honestly." "Yeah, I noticed that, but take a look at these." I clicked through the photos showing him the ones that I compared with the news stories. "So you think this laptop has some sort of connection to the murders?" "I don't know, man, but I think there's something fishy going on." He shrugged and took over the mouse for a moment. "Where's the pictures of the phone numbers?" "It's somewhere in file storage." "Yep, click there and bingo." Peter stared intently at the list and address bar in the screenshot. He also checked the file description and saw the screenshot originated from the laptop. So, it was taken from within the device. My hairs were at attention, all up and down my skin. "So, you tested the numbers out?" "Yeah, with this phone." I handed him the cell phone that came in the bag with the laptop and he scanned through it rapidly. Definitely a track phone. Something bought as a burner, possibly for some sort of business task. "Shall we try another phone number?" I nodded and pointed to one just below the phone numbers I tested out. He dialed it and threw it on speakerphone so we could both listen. It rang and rang and rang. It didn't stop ringing. So we hung up after the 8th ring. Peter looked at the phone funny, and then up at me. "I honestly don't know what's up with all this. Do you want me to just factory reset everything?" "Yeah, I mean, is that going to take care of my problem?" "Not sure, but I think I'd like to have some fun with this before we call it a day." I gave him a look, a glance of disagreement. I didn't think that would be in our best interest. "I don't think we should be messing with this, dude. Come on, what could go wrong? You could even film it. This could go viral." "Well, I'm not going to vlog me hanging around with a stolen laptop. Just do what you gotta do with it, and let's move on." Peter smirked and looked at the screen again, and then dialed another phone number from the list. Again, we got nothing. This time just another generic voicemail box greeting. He continued on to the next phone number, and halfway through the dialing he stopped. His eyes were scanning the screen. His face was now white as a ghost. What, why did you stop? You okay?" This is my phone number. My heart panged like a club to a gong. That can't be. I scooted over next to Peter and observed the screen. He was right. Just to be sure, he finished dialing it and hit send. He put the phone up to his ear and waited. Just as he suspected, his pocket lit up and his ringtone sang away. We both looked at each other in shock. Dude, my hands were shaky and my mouth was agape so far. I think my jaw was brushing my bedsheets. How? Is all Peter could muster up from racing thoughts. This is unreal. I don't like this at all. Just wipe the hard drive and let's be done with it. Wait, he shouted, while looking on the screen again. My heart sank some more. I had a feeling about what he was about to say. What? Don't tell me. He didn't say a word. All he did was start frantically dialing another number. That's when I felt it. My pocket was now vibrating. I gulped so loud that I flinched. I reached down and pulled out my phone and answered. I held it up to my ear. Peter, I said through the receiver, looking at my visibly shaken friend across from me. This is messed up, he responded through the burner phone. I ended up driving Peter home shortly after. He had handed the phone over and told me he wanted to leave and take everything in. He left the laptop with me and told me he'd rather not mess with it. We decided to meet up at the cafe and drop it back off right in the morning. We'd wake up early and hopefully be the first ones in. However, I missed my alarm. Apparently I also missed 10 calls from Peter. I opened up my phone and noticed the 4 texts he'd sent. Damn, I have to get going and fast. I'd already packed up everything in the night before, so all I had to do really was throw on a t-shirt and shorts and head to the cafe. As I turned the corner to where the cafe was, I had hit the brakes pretty quickly when I saw on the road was nothing but cops and ambulances. There were roadblocks set up on either side of the ambulances and the cafe was barricaded. What in the... I was thinking out loud. This was crazy. There were people with their hands on their faces looking scared and sad. I pulled over into the grocery store parking lot across the street and then walked over to the scene to get a closer look. I assumed Peter was doing the same thing. I ended up in a crowd of onlookers next door looking at the scene before us. There was blood splattered on the front doors of the cafe and some papers, among other belongings, strewn all about. More blood covered the ground. Jesus, this was a damned massacre. I could hear the people beside me whispering to each other about what was going on. They were talking about a possible serial killer. One woman said to her friend, the kid was about to walk in and suddenly bullets came in from over there. Nobody saw who fired the shots. A guy filled his wife in about what he witnessed. I was too curious to just be craning my neck from back there. I needed a closer look. I peered over the cops who were busy questioning a barista who by the ambulances. I crept past the barricades carefully. I slipped past another couple of baristas and made my way to a second ambulance by the other barricade. The stretcher was in view now, but I couldn't tell who was in it. I decided to kneel down beside the ambulance and hopefully catch some conversation between the EMTs. I took out my phone and started recording. We lost him. He wasn't hanging in there much when we got here, but I was hoping. Jan, it's not your fault. You saved the girl. You can't save them all, you know. I wish I could. I heard him talk before he let go, you know. He told me his name was Peter. My hand jumped over my mouth as I let out the weirdest sound. It was a gasp combined with a grunt of disbelief. No, I couldn't believe it. Yeah, the other AMT said. We have his information already. Guess he was an IT guy for a local business. Smart kid, early 20s. I stumbled back a bit onto my heels, dropping my phone in the process. I bumped into something solid behind me and stood up quickly. I turned around and saw the same homeless guy from the other day. My face was still contoured from the information I just received from my eavesdropping. The guy was just staring at me, stoic. He didn't even react to me bumping into him. He was glaring at me from behind an unchanging expression. I couldn't help it. I booked across the street to my car. I could feel tears forming in my ducts, eyes twitching in the wind from my open driver's side window. Why did I have to wake up so late? Maybe Peter would have been spared for whatever this was. A drive-by, an assassination of some kind. My head was dizzy, my heart was hurting. I was beginning to make some connection. The pictures on the computer, the phone numbers, the murders, everything. I was getting an idea as to what it was I was dealing with. The stuff about the dark web, the strange laptop, and the phone numbers. I arrived home, heartsick as hell. My friend was murdered today, and I couldn't stop it. Maybe if I had never grabbed a computer from the cafe, he'd still be alive. Maybe if I hadn't been so stupid, I could have handled this whole thing differently, and he wouldn't be dead right now. To top it off, I realised I left my phone at the bloody scene. I groaned and threw my head back in the driver's seat. Now what? Well, the phone is near some cops and EMTs. Maybe if I call, they'll believe I dropped it before they got there, and I won't get in trouble. I reached back and grabbed the burner phone out of the bag and started to dial my phone number when I suddenly had a thought. If the phone numbers we dialed somehow had something to do with the murders, that must mean. I grabbed the laptop out of the bag, my heart racing and body profusely sweating in fear. The whole thing was unreal. The fact that I was right in the middle of it was even worse. I clicked in a folder of pictures of scenery from earlier. Again my eyes scrolled across the pictures of the barber shop, then the forest. Finally my eyes got to the picture of the cafe. Yes, the phone numbers in these locations have to somehow be tied together. But I didn't know how. Why was this happening? I was about to leave the folder, but then a small thumbnail at the end of the list pictures caught my eye. I hovered the cursor over it and opened it up. With some cloud service, the image was revealed. My jaw dropped in utter horror. A picture of my house. I was looking at the picture of my front yard and home. I hadn't noticed this before. Why hadn't I noticed this? Over in the top corner was a link. One that opened up the full cloud folder from some email made up from gibberish characters. The folder contained more pics. Pics that were very different from the others. No way, I shouted out loud, face contoured in anger and fear all at once. Pictures of me. Pictures of me, looking directly at the camera. Others of my car. The last ones were of me sneaking into the crime scene at the cafe. That guy. That homeless looking guy from the other day. And behind the ambulance. I have his laptop. He was watching me. How did he tie into these murders? My silent tirade was interrupted by the sudden sound of a jingle to my right. The phone was ringing in the passenger seat. I picked it up and peered at the phone number. I couldn't handle this anymore. I just couldn't take it. It was my own phone number. Grudgingly, I decided to swipe and answer the call. Who is this? I stammered. A gravely voice answered from the other end. Any spare change, sir? Number 3. Just the concept alone was enough to draw me in. An internet underneath the internet. The dark web. That's how my old friend Kel described it to me. It wouldn't be until he gave me a list of links that I would truly understand just why people refer to it as dark. Months before his passing, Kel had progressively gotten darker in nature, empathy seemingly vanishing from him. He would later go on to tell me that it started with his dive into the dark web, and stumbling upon a site so dark and twisted that it could make even the most kind-hearted person into a demented parallel of their former self. After almost a week of talking with him about the dark web, Kyle finally agreed to share his secret stash of links with me. He told me never to share even one of the links with anybody. This statement made me uneasy about what I was getting myself into, but my curiosity was clawing at the edge of my brain, ready to jump out of my skull. I had to see the things for myself. To do so, I would need to meet him the next day at the old library in the centre of town. The next day I was exhausted. I'd stayed up into the early hours of the morning, scouring the internet for more information on the dark web. I found videos talking about underground drug trade sites, and people who had claimed to have first-hand experiences that scarred them for life. Hearing of these kinds of things might turn away a normal person, but I wasn't one of them. It was almost 9 when I arrived at the library. Kyle and our good friend Justin were waiting for me, sitting on a bench just outside the front doors. Justin smiled, happy to see me, and got up to give me a hug. Kyle remained seated, but also seemed happy that I had arrived. We spent the morning hanging out, grabbing a bite to eat from our local coffee and bagel shop. From there, we made our way to what Kyle referred to us as the Nest. This was a wooden fort we built years ago, located in the woods behind the local supermarket. Upon reaching the Nest, Justin and I noticed that Kyle had done some redecorating of sorts. What had always been just a plain wooden fort was now completely covered by black tarps. He said that he had been spending nights out there and didn't want any homeless people to stumble across the place. Unusual, yes, but it was clear that Kyle was troubled. We didn't want to interfere with his way of coping with whatever it was that was going on. We all sat down on old chairs that I had found in the dump a while back. Kyle reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. He opened his note app and asked if I was sure I wanted the list. I said that I was, and he copied the list, pasted it into a text and sent it to me. He told me not to open it until I was ready to begin my dive into the endless cavern that is the deep web. I agreed, and the text was sent. As if he had forgotten about something important, Kyle abruptly stood up and then left. Justin and I asked where he was heading, but he was sparse in his reply, saying he had some business to take care of. Shrugging it off as another one of Kyle's quirks, Justin and I spent the next few hours just sitting and talking. He told me about how Kyle had helped him find this app to meet people on, and how he had a date with a girl the next town over. I was happy for him. He was a good guy, but never had any luck with women. I asked him if he remembered our awful first kiss back in 2nd grade. He laughed and gave me a love tap on the shoulder. Since then, him and I became good friends. When I got home in the early afternoon, my mum was asleep on the couch. She had worked another double. I grabbed a blanket off the love seat and draped it over her to keep her comfortable. I made my way into the kitchen and grabbed a snack and headed up to my room to begin my journey into the uncharted waters of the dark web. From videos I watched the night before, I learned that I had to download a special web browser. It was one of the few ways to access this part of the internet. As it installed, I opened up Kyle's text and quickly scrolled through the links. He had sent me a good 15 or so to pursue. After the install finished, I opened it up and entered in the first link on the list. It took a moment to load, but I was eventually greeted with a welcome page to an underground video share site. I spent a few minutes scrolling through the videos, looking for a good one to watch. There was one title that caught my eye. It was a video from our local Dark Point burgers. Quickly I clicked and watched. Once loaded, I realised I was watching security footage. Dated just 3 months ago, I saw my friend Katie, who worked overnight there. She was standing in the middle of the frame, slowly backing away from the counter. It was hard to make out exactly what was going on at first, but after a moment, the footage became clear. She had rolled up her sleeves, seemingly freaked out at the appearance of her arms. I noticed movement underneath the back of her shirt, as if a gust of wind had swept through the eatery. Further into the video, she was reaching into the ice cream machine. The footage went fuzzy for a moment, then became clear again, showing Katie bolting out the door. She had gone missing a few months ago, and I wondered if this was the last time she was seen. The whole town thinks she killed her father because he was found dead at their home on the same day she disappeared. Freaked out, I exited the browser and sat silently for a while. After gathering up the courage, I reopened the search engine and typed in the next link on the list. I was directed to a site that contained live feeds from what are known as red rooms. I clicked on the first stream and watched as a hooded figure beat a woman strapped to a chair. I quickly left the site when the man looked directly into the camera and pulled out a knife from his pocket. I didn't want to see what would happen next. Continuing through the links, I came across more and more disturbing sites. One of a hacked baby monitor, a child trafficking site, and one containing a list of classified federal cases. The first one was titled Neuer Family, a name I distinctly remembered hearing on the news before. Finally, I entered the last link. My monitor turned pitch black. After a moment, a small flashing line appeared in the middle of the screen. Assuming something was wrong with the link, I attempted to exit the page, but the screen was locked in place. Words then began typing themselves out in front of my eyes. Hello Jamie, we are the silence. We are the solitude. We few are many, and soon you might finally wake up. Who was doing this? How did they know my name? 2 buttons appeared on screen under text. The one on the left read join, and the one on the right read exit. Officially freaked, I darted my cursor to the exit button. I was met with a small pop-up message informing me that exiting was not allowed. Random images appeared, too fast for me to focus on any single one. When it stopped, I was shown a live feed of myself. My webcam had been turned on. In horror, I tried to turn off my computer, but to no avail. It remained on no matter what I did. A demented lullaby then played through my speakers. I sat there for a moment just listening to it, confused and anxious as to what was going on. At the end of the tune was a loud scream. Startled, I got up to run from the room. I heard what sounded like the front door of my house being kicked in. I screamed for my mum as I ran out. I heard her scream along with the sound of a man telling her to shut up. When I finally reached the base of the stairs, she was being dragged out of the house. Another man stood just staring at me, frozen at the bottom of the staircase. "Who are you? What do you want? Where are you taking my mum?" I shouted, dashing at the hooded man in front of me. I was met with his fist. I hit the floor hard and passed out. When I came to, I was in what looked like to be an abandoned warehouse. My hands were bound behind my back. I struggled, trying to get myself free but couldn't. I looked around and found my mother tied up just a short distance away. I shouted to her, desperately trying to wake her, but she remained unconscious. My ears rang as if someone had clapped their hands right next to my head. With tunnel vision I tried to scream, but couldn't even feel my vocal cords vibrating to make a sound. When my vision returned, a creature whose appearance I cannot for the life of me remember was floating above the ground just a few feet in front of me. Though its appearance escapes me, I do recall it staring at me, its eyes a bright fiery orange. It held its hand to me, and I began to float too. My bonds became loose as I hovered towards the creature. It wrapped its hand around my face, and the feeling was indescribable. Through its fingers, I could see a light emanating from within, something leaving my mouth, being absorbed by the beast. When the glow faded, I blacked out. When I came to a second time, I was at home in bed. Frantically, I hopped up and scanned the room. Kyle was sitting on a chair in front of my computer. My mother was knocked out, laying on the floor next to my bed. I was still terribly afraid, but also angry at Kyle for what I had gone through. I shouted, begging him to tell me what the hell was going on. He stood up slowly, walked towards the door of my bedroom, and looked at me. When he spoke, it was with no emotion. "We few are many, and soon you might finally wake up. Congratulations, you survived the first trial." Thank you all for listening. If you enjoyed, leave a like, and for additional behind the scenes content, check out my Patreon or channel membership, also for early uploads. Anyway, I'll catch you all in the next one. Thank you.